you. いいのかな
始まった。
これも、だってしてるんだ
This is Ukraine, a country of brave hearts, creative minds, fertile soil, and rich mineral resources. Agriculture is Ukraine's economic engine, along with energy, chemistry, manufacturing industries, metallurgy, and the extraction of minerals. So, yeah, we rock. Our country can even show off unicorns, as many famous startups were born here. In terms of IT, we are the #1 engineering workforce in Central Europe. We are betting on a digitalized future. Ukraine is the first country with a valid digital ID and the fastest business registration in the world. That's how we're moving towards being a modern, democratic European state. We're moving. Until one morning, our people woke up to explosions. Russia launched a full-scale invasion. Missiles, air raids, battles on peaceful lands. We faced forced migration, logistics crises, port blockades, communication outages, and constant blackouts. But nothing can break us. We are hard workers. We are fighters. To the entire world, Ukrainians have demonstrated heroic resistance. And Ukrainian businesses showed extraordinary resilience too. In a matter of weeks, companies managed to reorganize and rethink their business models to keep working in extreme conditions. Can you imagine the hidden potential of people who kept growing their businesses from bomb shelters? And not just growing, but creating new ones as well. 200,000 new entrepreneurs were registered in 2022. 76% of the surveyed SMEs are currently expanding their businesses. 63% of EBA members continue to invest in Ukraine during the war. At the same time, Ukrainian manufacturers exported $37 billion worth of products in 2022 alone. The point is that history is being written at this very moment, and your hand can put your big idea, your solution, or your business on its pages. This is the moment to make a move. Work with us. Buy Ukrainian products. Use our services. Defense, agriculture, food, IT and telecom, logistics, natural resources, energy, pharma and manufacturing. Ukraine presents limitless investment opportunities. Over 1,500 investment projects with a 450 billion investment potential and over 2,000 startups with an 11 billion investment potential are ready to be launched. Every day, we are closer to our victory. Support freedom and dignity. Work with Ukraine. Invest in Ukraine. Stand with Ukraine.
やらなきゃいけないんだ。ミュートではダメなんじゃないの？
そうですね、今ミュートだと音が大きい。あ、そうだね。これをすると声が入ります。
聞こえますか？聞こえてなくない？これでいいんですよ。
はい、これでいい。
聞こえますか？
聞こえますよ。
聞こえてる。
あ、よかったです。これでいいですね。
Доброго дня! Шановні друзі,
Мене звати
Good
Еліктор.
morning. Good morning, dear friends. My name is Ruslan Rikmaro. I am the co-founder of our forum, Japan and Ukraine Forum Prosperity 2023. Together with our like-minded people, we have created this forum that is going to bring Japanese investors' attention and the attention of the whole world to the real investment potential of Ukraine. We do believe that through engaging new investment, we're going to change our country for better. I want to welcome my friend and partner. Please welcome Hidaichi Kato-san.
こんにちは。本日は、聞こえますか？こんにちは。本日は、皆様お忙しい中、お集まりいただきありがとうございます。ぜひですね、日本とウクライナの今後を見据えてですね、このフォーラムを機会に、さらなる進展があることを願います。よろしくお願いし
I'm
ます。
really sure that together between the Ukrainians and the representatives of Japan, we'll be able to change Ukraine for better. And I do hope for your support and attention.
Ah, いいです。はい。
加藤君、聞こえます？
はい、聞こえます。
通訳は入ってるのかな？
通訳、そうですね、入ってます。通訳ですね、通訳ボタンを押していただいて、日本語に設定していただく必要があるかと思います。
ミュートにな。なんかするとすぐ音が消えちゃう。あれ、また戻っちゃったけど。加藤君。
Майбутнє ближче, ніж здається. Нові технології створюються вже зараз. Ідеї рухають світ. Звичний ландшафт змінюється кожної миті. Темп життя вимагає блискавичних рішень та правильних висновків. Будь-який вибір, зроблений сьогодні, є кроком в майбутнє. І від того, з ким ти зараз, залежить, де саме ти будеш завтра. Швидкість, амбіції, професійність дозволяють нам відкривати нові горизонти можливостей. Надійність та стабільність цінувати партнерство. Інновації та ідеї досягати сміливих цілей. Разом з вами ми відкриваємо нові дороги. Дороги успіху.
ミュートにすぐなっちゃうんだけど、これどうなってるんだろう。ビデオの停止じゃないからいいんだよね。でも繋がってるんですよね。加藤くん全然何も聞こえない。加藤くんの声が聞こえない。
音声が入っていないですか？
あ、今入った。今入った。
今入りました。私聞こえます。
はい。聞こえる？そっちも。
聞こえます。大丈夫です。
あ、また音楽とこれになっちゃうんですけど。
そうです。今、変わりますので。
あれがいいですか？僕は悪いけど。そう。あと、このミュージックと音楽みたいな映像って消せないの？
はい、そうです。
この映像がメインになっちゃったから。メインですね。 藤君、それじゃ話進まないよって。ダメ加藤君、聞こえる？聞こえる？
はい、聞こえます。
はい。その都度通訳は入らないの？
これは、本間さんが今指定しているチャンネルが日本語になっていないというものです。日本語通訳、音声翻訳、通訳日本語で設定していただければ大丈夫かと思います。
日本語にしたよ、設定は。
そうするとですね、通訳の方が必要に応じて音声が出てまいります。
はい。ちょっと待ってくださいね。
なんかおかしいな、これ。
加藤君の顔変なのになって
も
る。
う、字幕を表示、日本語、OK ですね。日本語字幕です。
これでいいのかな？
奥さんさん聞こえますか？
あ、出てきました。はい。
はい、この女性の声が通訳です。
はい。
はい聞こえます
ありがとうございます。じゃあ、先ほど、彼が喋ったのが何も通訳がないんでわからないんですけど。彼が喋ってくれたことの通訳がないので、私たちに彼が何言ったのかがわからない。通訳だけしていただければ言ってくる。
はい、ではお願いいたします。
わかりました。ありがとうございます。
どっちでって言いました？
彼はどういう立場の方ですか？はい。
なんだよ。
わかりました。じゃあ、私の方から、今日は皆さん集まってくれてありがとうございます。NPO 日本ウクライナモルドバ友好協会、NGO ウクライナフレンドシップサポーターズの代表をしております。今後の両国の協力についてこれから話し合いをしたいと思いますので、よろしくお願いいたします。ウクライナ語で言ってもらわないとウクライナの方にはつながらないんではないでしょうか。
And right now we're about to welcome the representatives of the Association of Friendship between Ukraine, Moldova, and Japan. And he also had expressed his opinions that we're all doing the common deed.
加藤君の声が聞こえない。
あ、また赤いの出てますよ。ミュートになってる。
加藤君がミュートになってます。加藤君聞こえてる？なんか、
いや、遅くない。
うん。加藤君の声がミュートで聞こえない。
Раз, раз.
お疲れ様です。お待たせしました。まあ、その例ああ、すいません、こっち座って。私の方に食べれたからいいよ。
Вас чутно, ви можете продовжувати. Вас гарно чутно.
本間さん聞こえますでしょうか？
今聞こえる。
はい。
それぞれ自己紹介してもらわないとどういう人かわからないんで。
ですね、今全部話していたんですが、もう一度では最初からやり直しで挨拶をしたいと思います。はい、そちらでよろしいでしょうか？
はい。通訳、両方、日本語の場合はウクライナ語で言ってもらわなきゃいけないし、ウクライナ語は日本語で言ってもらわないと、話がお互いに通じないんでお願いします。
オクサーナさん取れますでしょうか？はい。ではですね、先ほどの本間さんの通訳をもう一度お願いできますでしょうか？
So we have now wanted to once again translate everything for Mr. Honma because there were some technical problems and they were not able to join us from the very beginning.
わかりました。オクサーナさんの話しているときは聞こえないということですね。他の人には。
こっち聞こえないんですね。オクサーナさんがウクライナ語に訳したときは、日本側にはそれは聞こえないということですか？
おそらくそういうことですね。はい、そうです。
はい。ああ、はい。わかりました。いや、向こうでやってるんですよ。ですよね。こっちはもう。
And for all of our Ukrainian participants, I wanted to say that, that I'm translating everything and the Japanese people, they do not believe why they cannot hear Ukrainian language when they're not switching that. There might be some misunderstanding with the users from the Japanese side.
まずウクライナの方、それぞれ自己紹介してもらって、そちらから話をしてもらえませんか、まず。
おそらく今話してるんではないでしょうかね。
言葉が
私たちには声が、チャンネルが違うので聞こえないです。
あ、加藤君も聞こえてないんだ。
ああ、そう。
今、訳してる。
加藤君、
はい、聞こえます。
このお互いに声が聞こえないではズームの会議にならなくないですか？
これ多分設定だと思うんですよね。
何の設定がどうなってる？
これ同時通訳のチャンネルになってまして、それが多分私たちが今、複雑になってしまっている原因の一つかと思います。
でも、そちらの言う声が、加藤君の声は聞こえるけど、他の人の声何も入らない。通訳の人は喋ってるのはわかる。同時通訳のそれにしなくてもいいんじゃないんですか？同時通訳のそれにするのって非常に難しいから、逆に言ったら一人喋るごとに、一区切り一区切りで通訳をやってもらった方が。
Проблема техническая, поэтому мы их позже чуть-чуть включим, а сейчас я хочу представить Чарльз Терехов.
Когда? 事前だったよ。そうかな。
На жаль, невеликі технічні труднощі з
We're
нашими
terribly sorry. We have a little bit of a technical problems with our Japanese colleagues, but we'll try to figure out our difficulties a bit later. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to welcome you at Japan-Ukraine Forum Prosperity 2023. My name is Olaxi. I'm going to be the main host and moderator of our forum today. It's a pleasure for me to invite the first speaker today, so please welcome the head of Chernihiv Military Administration, Regional Military Administration, Vyacheslav Chaus. Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So I hope you can hear me. And just give me a second. I will upload my presentation.
Так, у нас есть.
Да, Вячеслав Анатолійович, будь ласка, вас
So I hope
чутно.
that the presentation works. Yes, the presentation works. We can hear you and we can see you. Okay, then thank you. And I will start then, if I may. So first of all, I'm really grateful for the organizers to be a part of this forum today. And just to try to be very brief, I will try to give you the broader outscope and the broader information, what happened in Chernihiv region, what is happening in Chernihiv region right now, and what was the overall cost of the Russian aggression towards Ukraine and toward Chernihiv region, and what have we already done a year and a half since the full-scale invasion of our enemy to Ukrainian territory. So Chernihiv was quite lucky. We have more than 450 overall border with the Russian Federation and the Republic of Belarus. That's quite a prolonged part of our border. And as of today, we're trying to do everything in our power so that our border would be protected. Speaking about our region, then our region is one of the biggest in the territory of Ukraine, but unfortunately, that is not really dense if we're speaking about the density of population. And if we speak about the amount of the population living in our region right now is lesser than 1 million people, and the overall density of our population is twice as low as the overall average density of population all over the territory of Ukraine. The war has also made its amendments, and we have even less population right now because a lot of people have left from our region, even though many people have returned after the enemy has after the enemy has left our territory, but the population has decreased since 2021. Speaking about the losses, and first of all, I'd like to say that we have quite a lot and a significance of human losses that we've had. We had the killed civilians that we've had. We have 675 people killed and more than 1,300 wounded. The enemy keeps on shelling Chernihiv region, and you can see those fire flames at the map of at the map that you can see right now. Those are the territories that are being constantly shelled by the enemy. More than 12,000 objects have been destroyed and damaged, and our enemy continues still shelling the borderline in Chernihiv region and continues damaging our houses and continues killing and wounding our civilians. This is the photo, and in this slide you can see the many photos of what has been done to Chernihiv region just for this summer, for the summer 2023. The enemy never stops. They continue to damage and destroy the civilian infrastructure of Chernihiv region. Speaking about the damages to the critical infrastructure, then more than 1,500 objects of critical infrastructure have been destroyed and damaged. They're the objects of water, electricity, and gas supply. And if speaking of March, then the biggest part of our region and Chernihiv as the main city of Chernihiv region for over a month has experienced the cuts of water, electricity, and heat, and I'm talking about March 2022. The enemy tries to fight the civilians, so we know that Russia is definitely a terrorist state. We have done a lot to recover the critical infrastructure with the support of the state budget, with the support of President of Ukraine, with the support of Ukrainian government, with the support of the local budgets, with the regional budgets. We've used the community budgets as well, and we've used the assistance and aid that we received from our partners, as the Ukrainian partners and international organizations, both governmental and non-governmental organizations that helped us to recover the infrastructure. We're talking about the heat pumps, we're talking about the recovery of the specific facilities that have been damaged, and also having more generators of different capacities that helped us to go through the very harsh winter 2022-2023. And we're really grateful for all of our partners for that. Speaking about the damaged objects and the infrastructure of our facilities, there has been 68 healthcare facilities that have been destroyed or damaged. With the help of different support and with the help of the different available resources, with the help of the local budget, state budgets, and donor money, we were able to recover 53 facilities already. 10 more recover additional renovation and recovery. Schools, kindergartens, you can see all of those figures on the slide, and I would just like to once again repeat myself. Our enemy is fighting civilians, is fighting children, is fighting civilian population. So you can see that the 45 kindergartens have been recovered, 8 they still have to be recovered, but the biggest problem for us is the recovery and reconstruction of the residential housing. Out of the 9,343 residential private houses, the biggest damages that have been provided. There has been more than 1,000 houses that have been destroyed. Speaking of recovery, we were already able to recover almost 3,500 houses that have been recovered, but just half of those objects, half of those residential houses that they have to be recovered. As of now, there is the state programs that are working, the Є відновлення program that is about the compensating and recovering the destroyed and damaged housings. We have launched a specific program of reimbursement by the certificates for the housing owners that will give the opportunity for the people who lost their housing to buy different housing instead of the ones that have been destroyed by the enemy. But there are the next questions here, and the questions of housing for Chernihiv region is actually the most relevant if we're talking about the overall recovery issues. We have worked with dealing with these issues by creating the model housings and the model cities. So those are basically modular towns that we have provided, and the government of Poland has helped us to build this. We understand that that's just a temporary solution for the people to be able to live somewhere while their houses are being repaired, but that has given us the opportunity to live through the winter when people have shelter, when people have warmth, when people have electricity. And specifically our partners, our international partners, they have been working on building the modular houses that are going to be more resilient and they might be used for a longer time, and people will be able to live there through quite a significant period of time there. The enemy has hit the logistics infrastructure quite strongly. We have more than 1,000 kilometers of highways that have been destroyed, 38 bridges have been destroyed, and it's been continued to be destroyed right now in the border regions of Chernihiv region. We are recovering the highways, and about 800 kilometers have already been restored. We have recovered 31 bridge and overpasses, and we were able to provide the logistics connection instead of the bridges that have been damaged and destroyed, and giving us the opportunity to simplify the routes for all of the population in our regions. Unfortunately, that doesn't help businesses a lot, or not always, because sometimes those temporary bridges and overpasses, they cannot they don't have the capacities for the cargo trucks, but we're trying to work better, and we know that at our map we have more and more recovered bridges coming up. And at this very slide, you might see the information about what is happening right now with the economy of the region. And for example, if 2 years ago I have spoken about the investment a lot, and we have been communicating with our international partner on the further on development, and I've asked and I've spoken about engaging more investment to Chernihiv region. So right now, unfortunately, we're not able to speak about the further on development investment because the first thing that we're thinking about is recovery. But I also wanted to outline if, for example, in March 22, we have 15% of businesses working. So right now we have 95% of businesses working. The businesses are still working in Chernihiv region. They want to work out on their land. They want to recover here, develop here. They want to continue growing here as well. So that is why it is very important, and I really want to outline your attention that the business is ready for collaboration, and we're ready for the development. We have a very good and sustainable businesses that had gone through many challenges, and we keep on going. The most important directions for the development of our region is the agriculture, is the light industry, the machine building, and the IT industries. And by the way, it has a very powerful export potential. And we know that there will also have a lot of the manufacturing of wood products and the IT industries that is developed right now as well. So those are the main directions that have recovered quite fast and that had got to the exporting capacities as well. Also, in order to find the certain compensations for the security and safety risks, we're creating the industrial parks. As of today, we already have a Mansky industrial park created, and we believe it's going to be one of the stimulus for the development of the industries in the region, and it's going to engage the new business investments into the region as well. I've tried to be very brief. I've tried to be very sensible as well. And we understand that there's a lot of work and a lot of tasks that we need to complete right now. All of us together, we've done a lot in order to take the enemy out of Chernihiv region, but there's a lot of things that we have to do together in order to get the enemy out of Ukraine. You also have helped us a lot in recovering all that our enemy has destroyed, but we understand that we still have a lot of work ahead of us because there's a lot of things we have to recover. We need to be more resilient, we need to be stronger, we need to have more reassurance for the futures. And I hope that our forum is going to be an important incentive for the further on developing and broadening of Ukrainian and Japanese collaboration. I really wanted to thank the organizers and all of the participants. Thank you for your attention. Glory to Ukraine. Glory to heroes. Thank you very much, Mr. Chaus, for opening our conference. Thank you very much. We do hope that Chernihiv is going to be recovered as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Харьков никто не сдаст, сразу говорю.
Слава Україні!
Наш москали тут.
Давайте я вам помогу.
Тихо, тихо, все будет хорошо. Наші славні воїни, бійці територіальної оборони, ми всі харків'яни стали на захист нашого міста і відстояли місто від російського агресора. Вже зараз ми працюємо над відбудовою нашого міста, бо ми не можемо чекати на закінчення війни. Я дуже хочу, щоб Харків був ідеальним містом майбутнього. І ми обов'язково це зробимо.
Так, друзі, це наші реалії.
Yes, dear friends, this is the reality that we have, that this is the current conditions of Ukraine, and that is one of the reasons why we're here today at our forum. This is our main goal, and this is our idea, is to recover Ukraine as fast and as good as possible. And right now, I would like to invite the Kharkiv city head. Please welcome the mayor of Kharkiv, Igor Terehov.
Доброго дня, шановна
Good
пані.
morning, good morning, good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen. I'm pleased to welcome you on behalf of Kharkiv City. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude for the people of Japan and the government of Japan for the constant support of Ukrainian fight against Russia. in the world. And thank you very much for organizing this forum and giving us the chance to show you what were the uh, what were the results of the Russian attack of the Russian towards the Kharkiv region. And thank you for giving this opportunity to show you what we've already done to recover our city. Kharkiv is the second biggest city in Ukraine, and for a year and a half it has been the center of very intensive shelling by the Russians. And as a result of Russian shellings, 150 members of our community have lost their houses. More than 5,000 residential houses and buildings administrative and cultural buildings require recovery. Overall, we're speaking about around 9.5 billion US dollars that are needed for the full recovery. And basically, every day, day by day, this amount of money increases. And even though to the terrible scale of the destructions of the infrastructure, we're still standing strongly in our desire for victory as the only possible way for the full recovery. I am absolutely sure that we need to start recovery straight away today, not waiting for the war to end. And this is what we are doing together with the President of Ukraine, the Office of the President of Ukraine, the cabinets of the ministries of Ukraine, and our international partners. Just a week ago, we have launched the first school that has been specifically equipped underground. It is at one of the premises of our underground stations. Of course, we were forced to do that because there is no opportunity for us to conduct education in the usual schools, because we understand that the missiles flight only takes less than a minute from Russian territory to Kharkiv. That's one of the steps about the unbreakability of Ukrainian spirit and our strong desire of the people of Kharkiv to learn with the experience that they had. As of today, already we're creating the new versions of our city. We're building the general strategy for the development of the Kharkiv city together with Lord Norman Foster, the world-known British architect. We have also recovered hundreds of critical objects of critical infrastructures that have been shelled and have been destroyed by the shellings. We see Kharkiv as an ideal city of the future, of the IT industrial capital, the capital of students of Ukraine, with creative industries, with new innovative technologies, with all of the spheres of city's life being updated. We want to create the modern transport infrastructure. We want to build the new districts in our city, to build a scientific park in our city as well. But in the same time, we understand that the potential danger is going to be hanging over Ukraine and over Kharkiv for a longer period of time. So that is why we understand that we are only able to get back to normal life only if our city and our country will have significant security warranties from our partnering countries. We do need the modern air protection systems, and we do need to engage more international investment. We're ready for international collaboration, and we're ready to engage our more and more participants for the investment projects in Kharkiv. We're ready to engage the international partners as well. We guarantee the transparency, openness, and honesty in all of the processes and relations with our investors. As of now, the main priority for us is the recovering the residential buildings, administrative buildings, schools, and hospitals, getting the city prepared to the winter season and to the provision of the energy security of the city. For example, creating the energy security, providing the energy security is only possible by introduction of the modern technologies of the objects that will help us to produce electricity there and heat. Another direction of our work is building the solar power stations at the community-owned land. In order to build the solar power stations, we have been providing the territories that are as close to the main consumption point as possible. We do not want to sell electricity commercially to the market, but we want to use this energy that has been produced by the municipally owned power stations in order to save the state money. The overall need for all of the infrastructural objects of Kharkiv City Council is around 1 million megawatts.
Through our own production, it will definitely improve the functioning of the current infrastructure of the city. We already have our first lessons learned of introducing solar power plants in Kharkiv Regional Multipurpose Hospital. We have set up a station like that on the roof of one of the buildings with overall capacity of 52 kilowatts, together with inverters and power collection facilities. This will provide the emergency electricity supply to the hospital in case of blackouts. We have also established and registered an industrial park in the city, Kharkiv Green Energy. And we have provided a slot of land in one of the Kharkiv districts with an overall area of 80 hectares. The main advantages of locating production on the industrial park premises are, first and foremost, the taxation privileges and import privileges for new equipment, possibility of synergy with an independent electricity provider, minimization of time expenditures and funding for organizing the industrial production, ability to quickly launch and utilize necessary communications, and also taxation privileges for the operations related to the import of new equipment, the contemporary engineering and transport infrastructure with new depots, storage, and administrative facilities, the availability in Kharkiv of qualified personnel. In order to tackle the challenges that we are facing today, we also need equipment for clearing snow and other types of special equipment, because unfortunately, a large percentage of the available equipment has been destroyed as a result of shelling and rendered inoperable. I'm extremely grateful for your attention, and I really hope for fruitful long-term cooperation. I'm ready to answer any questions in more detail. Thank you so much for your attention. Glory to Ukraine. Glory to the heroes, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you for your work and your efforts, and we are waiting and hoping for the restoration of Kharkiv in as short of a time as possible in the entire Ukraine. Thank you. Right now, I would like to introduce our next speaker. That is the co-founder of the EO Business Incubators, the co-founder of the Phoenix Venture Fund, the founding director of the Tech Business and Law at Cornell Law, Mr. Charles Whitehead. Sir?
Yes, thanks very much. I want to start by thanking everyone for inviting me here today and for being a part of this forum. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today and to speak on behalf of my colleagues in Ukraine and my friends and colleagues, get a chance to speak to my friends and colleagues in Japan. What I'll talk about today is the technology businesses in Ukraine. And what I'll start to do is talk first about technology generally in Ukraine and the startup community, and then talk about two particular projects that we're working on. As many of you know, Ukraine is a center for global technology. there's an index called the Good Country Index, which measures countries' contributions to different categories, different categories where there is global contribution: culture, international peace, science and technology, adjusted for GDP. What folks don't always realize is Ukraine is actually number one. This is a neutral index created by a nonprofit organization in Europe, and Ukraine is considered to be, adjusted for GDP, the number one contributor to science and technology in the world. This shouldn't be a surprise when you take into account the competitiveness of Ukraine. There was a report done by the World Economic Forum on global competitiveness. They ranked 141 different countries. Ukraine consistently is in the top 4% in terms of innovation. In fact, for growth of innovative companies, Ukraine is among the top 5 out of 141 countries around the world. In 2020, there was a global innovation index that was also created that looked at different countries based upon their economic growth cycles. And they measured inputs, meaning the sorts of resources that were there to support innovation and new business. And they compared it to outputs, the kind of new businesses that were created. And among later stage emerging countries, Ukraine again was number one. It was able to do the most with the resources that it received. It was able to create the most innovative, really in terms of growth, the most active, innovative companies amongst the later stage emerging markets. I'm actually speaking to you today from New York. As many of you know, in the United States, we have Silicon Valley, which is a large technology center. What people don't necessarily know is that a large part of the technology in Silicon Valley actually comes from Ukraine. The technology that's developed, you've heard about IT capabilities in Kharkiv, for example, that a lot of this technology in the United States, in fact, relies upon Ukrainian know-how, that Ukrainian businesses, Ukrainian technologists support the growth of businesses in Silicon Valley. If you look at Silicon Valley, you'll see a whole range. One thing that's interesting is almost 50% of the founders of these unicorns, in fact, and when placed in the right environment, like Silicon Valley, Ukrainian startups, Ukrainian founders, really the entrepreneurs that drive new business in Ukraine do exceptionally well. Since the start of the war, you can imagine it's been quite difficult to run businesses. But in fact, most of the startups in Ukraine have continued to operate. Many of them within Ukraine, some of them only partly within Ukraine, but most of them have continued to operate, and they've continued to grow and even to attract investment. So when you're dealing with sort of innovation and entrepreneurship, when you're looking for resilience, people who have been able to grow a business under very, very difficult circumstances, Ukrainian startups very much fall within that category. And so this gives you a little bit of the background for why Ukraine, for those interested in building technology businesses or supporting or investing in technology businesses, why Ukraine is a logical focus, why this is a country with resilience, strong entrepreneurship, and really strong tech know-how that together combine to create a strong technology platform. For that reason, we developed the #1 incubator in Ukraine, AO Business Incubators. You can see our website here. So let me tell you a little bit about what we've been doing as we've created this incubator, this sort of platform to develop new business in Ukraine. This is an American-style acceleration platform. We look at all types of technology, all types of startups, and we've introduced a 4-month program. It's the kind of program you'd expect to see in any sort of the big cities in the United States or in Europe. We have mentors from around the world, over 70 mentors. I will mention we don't have mentors from Japan. So for those of you who happen to be watching who might be interested in getting involved in this program, by all means, please contact us. We are always looking for strong mentors to supply support for these very strong Ukrainian startups. These mentors provide direct hands-on experience. They're able to assist these Ukrainian businesses to grow very quickly. We also have been able to attract investors from around the world. Investors have come in and contributed money, invested money into the various startups. And as a result, we have a very broad spectrum, a very broad platform of investors, those who have become familiar with the opportunities for investment in Ukraine. Our incubator is focused on very early stage businesses. In other words, these are very often businesses that, when they show up in the incubator, don't really have much more than an idea. They don't really have anything significant in terms of operations. By the time they leave the incubator, they are quite strong. We've been able to attract enough funding that the total value of our graduates is now about $120 million. We've created over 400 jobs. We've created close to, at this point, $9 million in annual revenue. Now, in the United States, this would be considered, for early stage businesses, quite strong. What makes this remarkable is it works in Ukraine. In fact, I would go so far as to say that Ukrainian businesses tend to outperform their counterparts in the United States. Normally, in the United States, we say that 95% of startups fail. Only about 5% succeed. In my experience in Ukraine, about 30% succeed, 6 times more than what you see in the United States. And it just gives you a sense of the focus, the drive that many entrepreneurs in Ukraine have to grow their businesses. It also, this is a photo of one of our recent graduating classes. This is not something that's confined to just young people or kids in college. You'll see from just the range of people in this photo, it encompasses all generations in Ukraine. And we've seen success with startups among all generations. That's particularly important as we look to Ukraine now and after the war, creating new business opportunities, creating new opportunities for growth, really for people to reintroduce themselves into civil society after the war ends. Our graduates have won every major award in Ukraine, but perhaps most importantly, they've also won some of the most significant awards around the world. Most recently, one of our graduates was recognized at the Consumer Electronics Show, which is the leading consumer electronics conference in the world. It's based in Las Vegas. Sony is there, Hitachi is there, and Mosquito, which was one of our graduates, was also profiled as one of the top startups. This was last year's event in 2022. The other project we're working on is bringing venture capital to Ukraine, and we're doing this through the Ukraine Phoenix Venture Capital Fund. Ukraine has had some incredibly successful startups, companies that have gone on to become quite large, valuations in excess of $1 billion. But the problem Ukraine faces is that there's not a lot of capital on a per capita basis. In other words, there have been some very successful investments, and there have been some very well-known global investors that have come to Ukraine, but relative to the number of startups, relative to the total population, the funding in Ukraine is quite low. And as a result, it is much more difficult for Ukrainian startups to grow, to succeed. So what we've done is developed a new venture capital fund. This fund is a 50 million euro fund. We're delighted to have received support from the French government. They've provided us a guarantee of 50 million euro, meaning that investors who put funds into the fund can receive are guaranteed the return of their principal up to 50 million euro. And the idea behind this fund, again, is to bring foreign capital into Ukraine in order to help further support the growth of these incredibly strong startups. We would welcome investors in Japan from around the world. Again, we're fortunate to have the strong support from President Macron in France, but we look forward to receive additional support from our colleagues in Japan. If those of you, any of you are interested in contacting me, this is my email address. Again, we would welcome any type of support, either in the incubator or in the fund, and I look forward to the opportunity to working with you. Thank you again for inviting me to this forum. I appreciate the opportunity to present this very new economy, these technology-based businesses here at the forum.
Exam. And we feel a lot of issues. We face a lot of issues. We are also at war. This is a war for rapid restoration of destroyed facilities, destroyed production facilities, the war for expedited entrance to new competitive markets, and many other things. But philosophically speaking, a part of these difficulties is the start of our future opportunities. And this is something that we have to talk about, I think, with our Japanese colleagues. Of course, it is clear that today, when blood is shed and when our military is heroically protecting our territories from this reckless the support of this protection efforts, country that during the
Spring this year, the Prime Minister of Japan, Fumio, a joint statement only refers to the common values that we have, the freedom, democracy, the rule of law, and the respect towards the international law. But it also shows our joint opinion towards the security threats all over the world, and especially to the territories, occupation, and working on the improving of the status quo in the world. Japan has already introduced more than 20 sanctions against Russian Federation, has now prohibited the export to Russia for almost all industrial products and even the raw commodities. Due to quite clear reasons, Japan has very limited opportunities for the direct supplies of weapons and arms. But in my point of view, there is a lot of partnership opportunities in industrial sector for Ukraine and Japan, even with speaking about the defense industries. And for us as a private company that since the very beginning of Ukrainian independence has played a significant role in creating the armed vehicles and other military equipment, the armed equipment and machinery as well, I do believe that we would be highly interested in creating the new arms, starting with also the different types of machinery, speaking from the agro-technical equipment up to the armed and military vehicles. We're not alone in this case, and there's a lot of cases of the same companies ready to work in Ukraine. Japan has a significant experience of dispersed investments all over the world. And by the way, my partner and friend, Charles Whitehead, he has led one of the biggest banks in the world, the Citibank. He led the bank in Japan. And he told me not just about his personal investment experience during that period, but he also has given me the understanding of the very bold and courageous Japanese investment style. And as you know, then the most successful investments are made during the war, frequently made during the war. Ukraine hasn't stopped, but actually continues the privatizations of program. And Mr. Terehov, who has been heroically holding the defense of Kharkiv in both the military and economic sense, he can give us a lot of examples of the state-owned enterprises that are currently being considered for the privatization. Well, it's quite clear that Kharkiv is a powerful educational and scientific industrial center, and there's a lot of interesting other objects to be invested in that we have a lot around Ukraine, and a lot of them are connected to the military and armed sector, which is very important for us as of now. This terrible war has become a really big lesson for all of the civilized countries all over the world. But at the same time, it has become a unique opportunity to check for different technologies. And I believe that the Japanese corporations and Japanese state-owned agencies might be interested in that as well. Moreover, as far as I know, in Japan, there is an ongoing discussion about the efficacy and the effectiveness, or maybe just better to say the non-efficiency of your defense industry. We understand that this kind of partnership only is possible with the countries who share the same vision of the world, who share the support towards one another. So that is very important that Ukraine and Japan has already settled, as I've already mentioned, who has signed that global partnership for the future. Now we know that the war is ongoing not only in the main battlefield. We're speaking about the war in energy, war in infrastructure, and war with the kind of a terrible examples like the risky events at the Enerhodar nuclear power station. By helping Ukraine, Japan can also receive and great experience that will, because, for example, as Ukrainian experience showed, and as all of the events that we currently had has shown, it might happen, and God forbid, but it might happen that Ukrainian experiences that we're going through now might be and good experience for Japanese professionals as well for understanding how to act under critical situations and what kind of technologies can be used to mitigate those risks as much as possible. We understand also that there is a lot of information warfare going on around Ukraine today. We have faced how millions of Russians, influenced and impacted by propaganda and misinformation, have become or are shown to be the aggressive masses. And just like I'm sorry, Edward, we just have a couple of minutes. But yes, I'm just coming to the end of my speech. So we have seen the hacker attacks towards the infrastructural objects and state institutions. That also has been a tremendous challenge that can be helpful for Japan as well, because Japan can also earn an incredible experience by helping Ukraine with that. The ambassador of Ukraine to Japan, Mr. Korsinski, has outlined that the main reasons why there is significant support towards Ukraine from Japan is also the desire of Japan to preserve the world order that is based on humanitarian principles and the full agreement among the Japanese society of supporting Ukraine. The partnership of Ukraine and Japan is based on the joint values, on the joint security challenges, and on certain connection to the joint and a common partner, the global partner, the US. Oh, yes, thank you very much, Edward, and thank you very much. We're going to get to a short break and we will continue.
Сподіваюся, що цей форум після нашого дякую організатору.
Майбутнє ближче, ніж здається. Нові технології створюються вже зараз. Ідеї рухають світ. Звичний ландшафт змінюється кожної миті. Темп життя вимагає блискавичних рішень та правильних висновків. Будь-який вибір, зроблений сьогодні, є кроком в майбутнє. І від того, з ким ти зараз, залежить, де саме ти будеш завтра. Швидкість, амбіції, професійність дозволяють нам відкривати нові горизонти можливостей. Надійність та стабільність цінувати партнерство. Інновації та ідеї досягати сміливих цілей. Разом з вами ми відкриваємо нові дороги. Дороги успіху.
Зараз хочу представити наступного нашого спікера.
And I want to introduce you with our next speaker. Please welcome the member of the Architects Guild of Ukraine, the member of the Architecture Academy of Ukraine, the professor of the Architecture and Industry University, the awardee of the National Award of Ukraine of 2000. Please welcome Yuri Seryohin. Please, Yuri, the floor is yours.
Доброго дня, good morning.
Good morning, вітаю вас.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, you are greeted by the Ukraine architect, founder of U Seryohin Bureau, with my partner Vyacheslav Shayakubov, to whom I will give speech for our presentation. Thank you. Так, здесь переключил.
Презентацию включайте.
А я
Языки переключил.
Так я не мою стрелку. У меня стрелка не... О, спасибо. Так.
Так, будь ласка,
So yes,
Madam.
we're
One moment. I open our presentation. Ты можешь начинать, Слава.
Good morning. Konnichiwa. Renovation of infrastructure of destroyed cities and settlements of Ukraine should be processed by urban planning documentation, development of modern principles of ecological and physical security of the development of industrial and agricultural production, comfortable and energy efficient living, further development of tourist, resort, and protected natural areas, production and growth of construction resources and industry. With the most favorable financing, this process will take neither a year nor 5. Our team has decided to concentrate on the first priority steps that require an immediate solution. Creation and shelters for temporary accommodation of displaced persons. Placement of shelters in place where they will be needed in post-war times. Creation of rehabilitation center for the recovery of soldiers in the armed forces. Creation of training centers for controlling drones, which will be necessary in post-war times. Restoration of the construction industry, accumulation of resources. We suggest to assemble from modules perimeters building with the internal public space for minimum condition of long-term stay, taking into account autumn and winter. Understanding that the time will come when shelter buildings will have to be dismantled for garbage and recycling, and the territory of such village adapted for other purpose. In order to save materials and human resources, we suggest placing shelter in the Carpathian Sky resorts, in place for accommodation of shelters for amateur tourists. Hotels, hostels, shelters of the current series, and initial national dwelling with the hearth inside. Borrowed energy. Efficient form allows you to place sufficiently a lot of people in a compact volume with sanitary condition. Modern engineering and construction technologies ensure comfortable living. A wide range of finishing materials contribute to the diversity of appearance. Futurist is a method of optimal location of estate equipped by autonomic engineering equipment, similar in its plan to an site. Superfuturist is a rational way of integrating futurity to achieve the required volume of settlement. Redesign proposal of a residential quarter in the city of Tyachiv, in which a phased complex development is proposed with the first priority construction of a shelter for people who have moved. In the future, all the necessary numbers of housing and infrastructure is completed. As a result, the city received a full-fledged housing with a tourist center of the place of refugee. In the Yuzhny harbor near Odessa, for 250 yachts, housing for yachting enthusiasts has been designed. Nearby, if it suggests to build is a shelter on the site of a shelter for yachtsmen. We have developed and approved for implementation the project of a complex for the production of construction ceramic products using modern, energy efficient, and ecological technologies. Factory emission, a gas are mixture and a carbon dioxide and superheated steam in use in grease houses for growing agricultural products. Fish are additionally grown in a pond with water for production. The complex including an ecological tourism center, which was used as shelter during the war. Negotiations are underway to create post-operative rehabilitation center for soldiers of the armed forces in Ukraine on the basis of existing sanatoriums and ski resort of Transcarpathia, which are planning to be used for sportsmen and everyone else. In order to finalize the function, list of premiers and search for the architectural image, a number of diploma projects we are developed at the National University of Architecture. A real project of rehabilitation center with an energy efficient lives has been developed in the center. There is a hall for a theoretical physical exercise and around the perimeter and bedrooms and treatment room. We present to your attention a drone control training center with open and indoor areas where you can simulate natural phenomena and catalysis. In our opinion, many such centers will be in demand even after the war. A look into the future. As we do not live by bread alone. Skytop Tour, pre-project proposal of the original skyscraper made by us and protected by copyright. We invite you to cooperate and find investments for the implementation of priority steps for the renovation of Ukraine. For our part, we are ready to provide available documentation with technical and economic indicators in construction sites, approved by owners and local administration. Thank you for your attention. See you soon. Domo arigato. Sayonara.
Ми вітаємо вас. Що таке? На український буде переключити.
Миколайович Балака. Будь ласка.
Доброго дня.
Вітаємо вас.
Good
Доброго
day.
дня, шановні
Good day, dear participants of the forum. I just wanted to thank you for this opportunity, for giving me the opportunity to present our associations, and I'm going to turn the presentation on. Yes, but we wanted to give the floor to Igor Mykolaevich Balaka. So yes, like sorry, like when I said that we had we have two Igors, so I thought like that's going to be strange, but okay. So I'm going to start sharing my presentation as of now. So dear friends, it's a pleasure for me to see everyone here today and to welcome everyone here to this forum. I am quite sure that we're going to have a lot of representatives of the local communities and councils, but I know that the people are making business with other people. So all the time when we are talking to our colleagues, we only give the real figures, the real facts, and the real plans. Just give me a second. It seems like the presentation has... Yes, I was that nervous that I've got to the end of the presentation straight away. Okay. So I am the head of the Coordination Council for the European Business Associations in Kharkiv office, and we are following the dynamics of the business development, that we have created for many years already, and I'm going to give you the opportunity to take a look at the presentations, and if you're going to be needed, we can translate this presentation into Japanese as well, but you can see what is the overall downfall of the businesses in the frontline territories. And Kharkiv is one of the territories on the front line, so it's something that is my point of pain. And if before Kharkiv was the leader of the business development of Ukraine. So right now, Kharkiv is among one of the biggest cities that is located on the last place of the business development. It is definitely a sad situation for us, but if we're going to be comparing to the previous years, we had already restored our activities by 50%. The overall index of the business conduct, and we have a revision also unites the companies from more than 59 countries from all over the world that are working in Ukraine, and most of that are international companies, and those are the real figures. And why I wanted to show you those real figures, because everyone understands that right now we are at our lowest, but I am sure we will be able to move further on for the brighter future. So what would be the main factors that preventing the investments to Ukraine? First of all, the lack of the risks insurance. And we do have the very good relations with a working group on the military risks and the residential constructions. That are being led by Alex Nichols Korshevsky, and we have already developed a number of the draft laws, and I do hope that will help us to resolve the problem of the lack of the military insurance. At one of those photos, you can see Kenny Parcell, the president of the National Real Estate Associations of the U.S. That is the association that has over more than 2 million one of the million members. And one of the phrases that Mr. Parcell has said when he was visiting the currently deoccupied territories, when he came to Kharkiv, he has seen it with his own eyes. And he said that that's the spirit of Ukrainians and the spirit of people of Kharkiv has really impressed him. And he said that they're ready to invest significant amounts of money to Kharkiv region under the two conditions. The first, the victory is going to be Ukrainian. The second is about the ensuring the military risks. We do hope that we will have a victory as soon as possible, but the law on the military risks, we also believe that this is something that has to be considered by Ukrainian government as soon as possible as well. The second factor that is holding us back is the lack of the factors to the borderline countries. And this is the group of Kharkiv entrepreneurs, and I'm going to be mentioning that for sure. We have worked together as the business community at all of the levels. We are now promoting the idea of decreasing the tax pressure and creating the specific economic zones to be able to give the opportunity for the businesses to recover themselves. The third important reason that prevents the investment is about the demining of the territory. 1/3 of the territory of Kharkiv region cannot be used right now for work, and we understand that the mine danger is quite high, and we're working really closely to these issues. A couple of the associations that are the part of our work group, the board, the Kharkiv IT cluster, there's 217 companies that have been a part of that, and before that, the professor has spoken about the IT companies as well. We also have the EBA, the associations of the private employees, and we are conducting the very productive dialogue between the government and businesses so that the entrepreneurial activity would have been recovered as fast as possible. The three main points that we've had, first of all, it's about the security in the city, and we're working on that to recover that as soon as possible. Recovering the main services for life and work, so working with the offline education, facilitating and simplifying the permission systems for the businesses, and providing the booking mechanisms for the professionals. What has already been reached for us? You have already heard the presentation by the mayor of Kharkiv, about simplifying the permission systems and about the overall situation in Kharkiv. I just wanted to say that we already have the constructive development. We're working with the local military administration and the team of the mayor so that we would have not to say certain preferences, but so that we would have certain benefits for the joint work. We have already found the best results. We have already simplified the permission system and starting creating the one-stop shop for businesses so that the businesses are going to come apply for all of the needed permissions into one window and they will receive all of the needed services in one place. So the optimization of the taxation moment that I've already said that we're working on a lot of other issues as well, creating the grant incentive for the support of the local businesses. That's what I mentioned as well, because this is the global problem for us. Anna Derevyanko, who is the acting director for the European Business Association, she's going to be also showing you the different ideas on this investment map, and you will be able to see all of the projects that we have. The three projects that we believe are the first for us now to deal with. This is demining. We're talking about up to 180,000 square kilometers are being mined now. I just want to give you the clear understanding that's half of Germany or 1/3 of France or that's Switzerland. So we're working on those issues and we're considering how we can improve that. One of the projects that we have is to have the so-called demining, the mining workout station, and I have been the deminer myself, and we understand how many demining teams we need in order to clean our land of mines. The second project that we're also creating is just the new slide that we have added just this morning. Those were the events that have taken place yesterday. We have been developing the so-called demining machine. That this demining machine has been certified, and our fund that is working with the demining problems is going to be procuring this Ukrainian developed machines, and we do hope that our Japanese colleagues can join this deed as well. Another project that we have, this is the production of the basalt and fibers, and that can be used for the construction and engineering services. That this enterprise is going to be located in the occupied territories, and the return of investment will take no longer than 2 years. We have heard it from the mayor of Kharkiv, and we have heard it from the head of Chernihiv regional administration, that there's a lot of potential in reconstruction, and we understand that we need to recover and reconstruct Ukraine using our local materials. And I will say that once again, the return of investment is going to be less than 2 years. And the third project that is being developed by one of the investors in Kharkiv is also the construction of the armors plant. So unfortunately, in Ukraine, there's not a single plant that will create the armor. So even if we're going to launch it, it's going to be just 1/10 of all that is needed. So there's a lot of projects that are being considered in the production service, in the food service. We're ready to work. We're ready to work with the humanitarian projects. We're ready to work on demining, and we're ready to work on the providing of the medical industries as well. And I just wanted to say that to end up with quotes by Jeffrey Dahmer, and under the equal conditions, people always want to deal and work, do businesses with people they know. Even in unequal conditions, we also want to do businesses with people we know. So I do hope that this is going to be the first step for our productive collaboration. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much for being with us, and thank you very much that we always feel your support. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ihor. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for your presentations. We wish you all the successes in your deeds. And I would like to introduce you with our next speaker. Please welcome the President of Associations for the Development and Reconstructions of Regions of Ukraine. Please welcome Oleg Sitnik.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I would like to thank you first and foremost for the opportunity to participate in the forum
I'm about to set up my presentation. Just a moment, please.
А будь ласка, можна мені підказати, як на робочий стіл зайти комп'ютера, що щось я не бачу.
Can someone help me set up my presentation? Just a moment, sir.
О, видно. Зараз.
Так, а я... Це ваші поставили, да, працівники?
Так. Це
So
ми.
you have already set it up? Yeah, that's great.
Кажіть, коли наступний слайд, і будемо
Just let
перемикати.
us know when we will switch the slides. All right?
Я хотів сказати два слова, що...
So I just would like to say a couple of words that we are currently under very unique circumstances when we are here at the source of the birth of a new country. And each and every one of us can actually put in our own efforts into this endeavor. We can make suggestions for cooperation or express our opinions and to cooperate on creating a new European state. Our Association for the Development and Reconstruction of the Regions of Ukraine, it is a non-profit organization. The activity of the association is of a social nature that is manifested through the cooperation with government bodies, different entities, enterprises, and businesses. Starting from 2013, we have been working on the regional development of Ukraine. We have been cooperating with almost all of the regional offices. We are assisting in the restoration of infrastructure facilities. We provide advisory support. We act as independent consultants. And sometimes we are even the managing partners in the range of the projects. I would like to present to you the missions of the association and just highlight a couple of those specifically. That is the first mission and the first area of our efforts. We are creating favorable conditions for the economic growth and the development of the country, as well as specific regions. The second mission is dedicated to the assistance to the areas that have been suffering from the conflict. We are also assisting the internally displaced persons, refugees, and children, and people who ended up in complicated living situations. That's the global second mission. And the third mission that we will be mentioning many times, and we have mentioned many times today with my colleagues, is the attraction of investments to support businesses, to support the regions. As of today, we see our role as an advisory body and a scientific research and development center that can be a mediator between international donors, international funds, and the founders and the end beneficiaries of projects in different regions. I would like to demonstrate one of our projects looking at a separate region of Ukraine. That's the Cherkasy Oblast, that's central Ukraine for you. It is the so-called heart of Ukraine that is located at the crossroads between the international highways and railroads. And as the previous speakers have said, the establishment of industrial parks is a very strong argument and a very strong tool in terms of the rebuilding of Ukraine. That's what we are counting on after the end of the war. Industrial parks, and specifically the industrial park in Cherkasy Oblast, we are the initiator of the establishment of such park. It will be located in the vicinity of the city of Uman. It has the area of 90 to 120 hectares because we are currently developing the concept for the park, so we are not really sure about the total area. And I would like to mention for our Japanese colleagues that there have been significant changes made to the Ukrainian legislation, and the President of Ukraine supports the establishment of such industrial parks because industrial parks provide certain financial privileges that could be used to attract international partners and investors. One of those privileges is that the representatives at the techno park do not have to pay tax on their do not have to pay tax for import of new equipment for the development of their businesses for 10 years. They don't have to pay taxes for their income for 10 years, and they don't have to pay customs for any foreign equipment that they import. There are also a range of financial programs that provide either certain benefits or perks, or provide taxation privileges, or compensate a certain interest rate for loans. And so if anyone is interested in any specific benefits, we can provide a consultation. That is no problem. You can address our association and we will provide a consultation for you. Simultaneously with the Cherkasy industrial park that I was mentioning, one of the potentially important area of community development in Cherkasy Oblast in Ukraine in general is the construction of solar power plants. This is the most benefit interested and is planning to establish these solar power plant blocks. If we're talking about the Cherkasy Oblast specifically, we have a project for the creation of 43 megawatts capacity solar power plant with the possibility of expanding and scaling the project up for a couple of more solar power plants with the overall capacity up to 150 or 200 megawatts. Yet another project that is related to Cherkasy Oblast, specifically in the industrial park, is the construction of the residential area for the internally displaced persons and people who have suffered as a result of the armed conflict, for the individuals who currently do not have any housing, but they can work for the techno park. They have to live somewhere, and so we are looking at a territory of about 120 hectares, and we are planning to build 100,000 square meters of housing. So if an individual working for the industrial park can get a house, they can get a job 15 minutes away from their house, and they can work and live in the region. Also, yet another participants of our technopark is the factory that is producing brick products and bricks. This is something that was mentioned by my predecessors. Ukraine is currently focusing on producing its own products for restoration and reconstruction. One of these projects is definitely the factory for producing bricks. It is expected to produce 65 million bricks per year. This is a joint venture together with the famous German company Lingle. Except for the next to the industrial park, the founders have a raw material mine that has been rented for 50 years. This is one of the most potent projects in the region that we are counting on to be a strong participant in the Uman Industrial Park. Also, a very pressing issue for Ukraine is the construction of the waste processing facilities and plants as of today. And I'm just talking about Cherkasy Oblast right now because it is a great example. We have planned to build 4 clusters based on the communities within the Cherkasy Oblast, and one of those clusters, the Uman cluster, that we are advising to, that we are mentoring currently. One of those clusters is related to the establishment of a waste processing plant for 7 communities in the Uman district. So that plant will be processing waste and garbage. It will be recycling all of these materials. This is a project with really significant potential, and we are looking for partners. We are looking for specifically Japanese partners, as we know that Japan is the global leader in terms of recycling. And so, and waste processing. And we're really counting on this project, as we are also providing advisory support, and we are one of the managing partners for this project. Also, one of the other areas that the association is working on, this is a very sensitive topic for Ukraine today. This is the demining of the contaminated territories. We have been addressed by leaders of many communities of Kherson and Mykolaiv Oblast, the newly deoccupied territories, Zaporizhia Oblast, Donetsk and Luhansk Oblast. They're all looking for donors and grants for demining. One of these projects is our pilot project in Kyiv Oblast, in specifically Makariv community, as it has suffered greatly during the temporary occupation, and it is one of the most contaminated regions of Kyiv. Currently, we are at a project development stage. We're making calculations. One of the members of our association, a very strong Ukrainian company that has been involved in the demining of Ukrainian territories for quite a while now. They are ready to carry out this project. And I would like to mention that this is a sensitive topic, and it's also very significant for us, and which is why, unfortunately, it will take a very long time, and we have to live with this. And so we are addressing our Japanese colleagues. If there are any companies that would be willing to provide anything from consultation to grants to demining, humanitarian demining equipment, we will be incredibly grateful for this type of support. I would like to separately mention our partners. We are a strategic partner of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Ukraine, as well as we are partnering with the regional civil military administrations, with mayors of cities, and even small village councils and small executive bodies. We sign memorandums of understanding with these entities, and we cooperate within these memorandums. We also have some international partners. Those are primarily American funds. We also actively cooperate with Lithuania and Poland. Our colleagues have been joining our endeavors. In some instances, next slide, please. In some instances, our team plays the role of an independent expert in a range of projects that Ukraine is working on prior to investing or prior to giving a grant. Our team is involved to carry out independent assessment for the donor or the grant provider. And over the course of the past 4 months, this is the type of work that we have been doing. And so this is our team of experts. I would like to thank you for your attention, my dear Japanese friends and colleagues. And also on this slide, you can see our numbers or contact information. We are happy to be a reliable partner. I have demonstrated you on an example of a single region how we can constructively and quite deliberately work on an area and develop both the Ukrainian business and Japanese business. So I would like to thank all of you. Glory to Ukraine. Thank you so much. Glory to the heroes, sir. Thank you for your briefing, and I wish you the successful implementation of all of the projects of your association. Thank you. Let's move on, dear friends. He is one of the people who back in 2000 found the friendly cooperation between Ukraine and Japan. Currently, he is supporting the orphanages, Mr. Hama-san.
私はジャパン、ウクライナ、モルドバ、フレンドシップサポーターズ、NPO 法人としてそこの理事長、それから、NGO 法人で、ウクライナフレンドシップサポーターズを代表しております。友人には、この間、ウクライナの復興
And together with me today, I have my team. And amongst the people present here, there are a lot of people who are putting in a lot of effort to support Ukraine. And the two people behind me have always been supporting me in terms of my endeavors to support Ukraine. All of us understand how important it is, even under the conditions of war, to continue the work that we are doing. The colleague of mine sitting on the left is working in the pharmaceutical sector, specifically processing the poppy seeds. And I would like to introduce another colleague of mine. This is Mr. Guy. I would like to tell you a little bit more about my activities. My company specifically works on producing drones and communication means. And of course, we would always want to find a specific industry we can assist Ukraine in, and that is why I hope for your support and your attention. I would love to visit Ukraine. But in order to do that, I also need some information, and I would like you to provide that to me. Of course, I do receive information from my acquaintances like Mr. Kato, who is currently in Ukraine. I do receive some information from him. However, I would love to not only get information, but also share it with the people who could use it, specifically the representatives of the Japanese government and the people who are supporting Ukraine. I'm planning to visit the capital of Ukraine, Kiev. And if possible, I would absolutely love to personally meet and speak to many representatives of the Ukrainian business. I would like to give the floor to Mr. Sumi, my associate. Good morning. If you don't mind, I would like to introduce myself yet again. My name is Mr. Sumi. And I'm participating in this conference on the invitation of Mr. Holman. I'm also planning to visit Ukraine with him as well. Like Mr. Honda had said, I would like to meet many of you, dear colleagues, right there in Ukraine. I would like to once again greet all of you. I am the chief of the concern that works with information technologies. I would like to first and foremost express the words of support to all of the people who have lost their houses and who have lost something in this war. And why I decided to participate in this conference is because I wanted to learn truthful information pertaining to the situation in Ukraine right now, which is why I'm extremely grateful to all of the participants who are sharing the information pertaining to the situation in Ukraine. And of course, I will be using this information to support Ukraine. Together with Mr. Sumi and Mr. Honda, we're planning to visit Ukraine and do anything we can to support you at least a little bit. Since the beginning of the conference, there were more of our colleagues, but some of us had to leave. And some of the people who have left, they have shared with me some of the suggestions that I would like to express either today, right now, or during the in-person meeting. I would like to give the floor to Mr. Kato. I'm currently considering the participation in one of the projects with Mr. Homa. And I'm currently in Ukraine as well. As Mr. Homa has mentioned, from 13th till the 18th of September, we are planning to visit Ukraine to take a look at different regions in person, and if possible, we would like to continue discussing the information presented during some of the presentations today. I would also like to inform you that in the fall of this year, we are also planning another meeting within the framework of this forum. Which is why I hope that everyone who was present here today at the forum will be also present at the second part of the forum that will be held in the fall of this year later.
Thanks for your time today, guys, and for your support, Ukraine. Thanks. Ідемо далі. Наступний наш спікер – це генеральний...
So we're moving on. Our next speaker is the CEO of TMM, Mykola Tolmachov. Sir?
Так, Микола Григорович, вітаємо вас.
Sir, happy to welcome you here. Sir, we can see you but cannot hear you. Can you check your mic, please?
Микола Григорович, ви нас чуєте?
Mr. Tolmachov, can you hear us?
Зараз невеличкі технічні складнощі.
I'm sorry, we are suffering from technical difficulties. We will try to resolve them shortly.
Зараз йдемо на швиденьку рекламу і повертаємось.
So let's take a quick break and we'll get back.
У меня звук исчез.
I'm sorry, I lost sound for a little bit there.
Зараз, секунду, реклама і...
Она меня сбила звук.
Пані та панове, мені дуже приємно представити наступного
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to introduce our next speaker, that is the head of the Dairy Enterprise Union's Honored Work of the Industry of Ukraine, candidate technical scientist, associate professor, Vadim Chaharovsky. Sir, the floor is yours.
Вадим Петрович, ви нас чуєте?
Sir, can you hear us? Yes, I can. Please, the floor is yours. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Good afternoon, dear participants of the forum. Could someone please pull up my presentation?
Зробіть, будь ласка, демонстрацію презентації.
Вадим Петрович, через секунду буквально...
Sir, we will pull it up just in a second. It's right here. I would like to share a few words about the Union of Dairy Enterprises of Ukraine. This is the industrial union that brings together 59 Ukrainian dairy companies. More than 80% of the dairy is being produced by the members of our union.
So that is why for
the possible investors, I would like to share the
presentation, and I'm going to present you with the overall situation in the dairy industry of Ukraine. And if I'd like to ask for the next slide, please. And I would like to show you and inform you about the situation, about the production of the cow's milk all over the world and what is the situation in Ukraine. You can see that throughout the years of independence, we had experienced a significant decrease of the production of dairy products and milk, and we're going to discuss some of the issues that caused that, but let us take a look at the next slide. For the participants, I just want to give a brief informational outline about the production of milk in Europe, because we have signed the association with the European Union and agreements, and we are moving to Europe is Germany, but Ukraine is now producing around 6 million tons of milk a year. Next slide, please. Ukraine, can we have the next slide, please? Yes. Ukraine has certain benefits and certain advantages when we're speaking about the dairy products. Right now, the dairy prices for dairy are lower than in the European Union, and it gives us the opportunity to be competitive and give us the opportunity to export the dairy products to the European Union. That last year has shown it has been quite good and successful for our exports, and it has given us the understanding that we are able to export quite successfully our products towards the European Union. And next slide, please. And just a little bit about the dairy farming in Ukraine. In Ukraine, we have 1.3 million of the cattle, and out of that, 380,000 of cows are located in the so-called industrial sector. So that is about the dairy products and milk production on farms. 950,000 cows are allocated and disseminated among the personal households. Throughout independence, we have experienced significant decrease in amount of cows. If, for example, we had 8.5 million in 1993, then in year 2022, we already have only 1.3 million cows in Ukraine. So we can see that there is a significant decrease in the dairy production as well. Out of 24 million tons of milk, we only have 6.8 million tons a year right now. What has been very good that again the productivity of cows has increased in both industrial farming and in the private households. The structure of the milk of the dairy farming. So as of now, the so-called industrial farms has 380,000 cows, and the private households, they have 950,000 cows. In recent years, we have experienced the increase of the milk production in the private farms, and even despite the war, even despite the decrease of we haven't experienced the decrease of the dairy product production in Ukraine. The main indicators about the processing sector of the dairy products, you can see at this slide that the amount of the enterprises working with the processing of dairy products has decreased, and in 2022 there was 112 enterprises that work with milk processing. We had 7.6 million tons of milk. That's what the statistics gives us. The experts say that we are producing annually around 6 million tons of milk. The processed milk, it's around 2.9 million tons. The products from the processed products from the raw milk is lesser than compared with the previous years, and it's quite clear because there has been a significant amount of Ukrainians that were forced to leave the territory of our country. The butter is just comparable to the level of 2021, but we have seen the decrease of the production of the cottage cheese, and you can see that the dry milk is on the level of the previous years. Next slide, please. Just to give you a little bit of understanding about the overall balance between the production, processing, and consumption of milk and dairy products. As I've already said, that environment and expert community has said that we are producing 6 million tons and only processing around 2.9 million tons. The overall consumption of the dairy products is on the level 5.1 million tons. And I need to outline that last year we had the balance between importing and exporting capacities. And if we're speaking about the overall amount of the product that has been exported and imported, then it was balanced. Next slide. The impact of the war, and we now have seen the change of trends due to the war. The real income in Ukraine in year 2022 has decreased. as compared to 2021 by 25%, and the response of our consumers due to the increase of the prices, and there was the overall decrease of the usage of products. So they're basically now the customers buying the products in the discounted shops, and they have decreased the consumption of the dairy products. Now a little bit about the import of the dairy products into Ukraine. As you can take a look at these figures, and you can see that in the last years, in the recent years up till 2022, we had experienced the increase of the dairy products imports. It was connected to the association agreement with the European Union. We have taken down the customs fee and the border fees, and also the European Union has a little bit of surplus of the production of the dairy products. So our neighboring countries, especially Poland, have increased the imports of dairy products to Ukraine. In year 2022, due to the war, we have seen that the imports of the dairy products has fallen almost twice. If we will compare the first quarter of 2022 and first quarters of 2023, we will see that the import of the dairy products has decreased compared to the first quarter of 2022. Next slide, please. Speaking about the export and exporting capacities that we have, even due to the war, even due to the martial law, we had quite a good conditions for exporting additional dairy products from Ukraine to European Union. In the European Union, the prices for the milk and milk products and dairy products has increased, and we had this competitive advantage. And due to that, we were able to increase our exports of the dairy products to European Union. We also need to outline that in the European Union, there were additional 16, that in Ukraine, the 16 enterprises have been opened to improve the exports to the European Union. The trend for the first quarter of 2023 compared to the first quarter of 2022 is positive as well. So that is why we're speaking about the big potential for Ukrainian dairy sector. This map, you might see the 73 milk processing enterprises that we currently have in Ukraine, with the overall capacities of 100 tons of milk per day. So right now there is enough capacities to process all of the milk that is being collected and is being produced in Ukraine. We have to be acknowledged that throughout the time of the war, 39 milk processing enterprises that are at the temporarily occupied territories has postponed and has stopped their activities. Speaking about the SWOT analysis of the dairy sector, what are the positives? What would be the positive, strong sides for our investors? So let us start with the strong side. So first of all, it's a good geographical location of Ukraine, the cheap feed resources, the highly qualified people resources, the good increase of the industrial production sector, and the availability of the key players in the processing, especially. Like, for example, in Ukraine, the 4 French companies are right now working in Ukraine with the dairy products. As a strong side as well, the international support towards Ukraine after the war is over. The next slide, please. What would be my main conclusions that I wanted to draw? Throughout the independence in Ukraine, we have seen the decrease of the number of the cattle, almost 4 times decrease of the production overall. We have seen that has been also increase of the overall amount of milk in the farms, and we didn't have a lot of the state support for that. In the processing sector, the next slide. In the processing sector, we only have 50% of milk that is provided for the processing. We have seen the downfall of the dairy products production in year 2022 by 22%. We have seen that the amount of the processing enterprises has decreased to the number of 112. 10 companies have been processing 50% of all of the provided milk. Most of the enterprises that require modernization, and unfortunately, we do not have the support program for the modernization of enterprises. What can we do? What will be the strategies that we might use for the further on development dairy sector in Ukraine? First of all, the short-term strategy, while still under the martial law. The main task for our farming is to once again increase the productivity and to increase the number of cattle. In the processing sector, it's about fully covering the internal consumption, exporting as B2B to the European Union and to the Asian country, and continuing exporting opportunities to MENA countries and Europe. The long-term strategy, speaking about the farming, again, increasing the number of cattle in industrial farming up to 1 million cows, and increasing the effectiveness of the milk production up to 7 million tons, and we require 3 billion euro of investment to do that. Then again, turning the households into the milk farms and getting to the number of 30,000 and increasing the number of cattle that they can manage and increasing the production of milk that they can produce in sector. What we require in the long-term strategy, we need to increase up to 1 million tons, continue on the modernization of the World Bank, together with the international quiet, to build 5 new processing plants. So the processing domestically oriented enterprises and 1 enterprise that will. So this slide, I just wanted to say that we never give up. All of the situations have the opportunity to overcome that. Glory to Ukraine. We do hope that in the period of the post-war recovery, Ukraine as well. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much for them. Glory to heroes. Thank you very much for them for your presentation. Let us keep on moving further on, and I just wanted to introduce you with our next speaker. Please welcome the entrepreneur, the Vice President of the Construction Chamber of Ukraine, the member of the Ukrainian Constructions and Architectural Association, the General Director of TMM Company, the Person of the Year 2006, also a very nice person, Mykola Tulmachov. Please, the floor is yours. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to greet all of our friends today, and I would like to introduce the project that is called the Anchor Project of the Special Industrial Zone Chernobyl. The state has adopted the strategy for the development of the exclusion zone and the zone of the compulsory resettlement that were affected by radioactive contamination as the result of the Chernobyl disaster. And this strategy has been targeting the year 2021 up to 2030. This is the program on the organization of the Special Industrial Zone Chernobyl, and the territory is going to include the specific infrastructure for economic activity, research centers, and also infrastructure projects. So I want to present you with the first and the most important reasons why this kind of a zone is going to be created. The main task for the project is to recover the degraded ecosystem of the Chernobyl exclusion zone. In order to reach this goal, we're going to join the efforts between the state of Ukraine together with the international community involving the structural funds of the European Union and the donoring countries with the relevant Chernobyl funds, involving the specialized environmental, climate, and other structural funds of the European Union, IAEI, attracting the state and international investment in the form of the public-private partnership. You can see the map in brown. In brown, you can see those are the zones of the fires of 2020, when there was additional catastrophe happening, when already polluted radioactive dust, it was burning, and it was additional 100,000 thousand becquerels of strontium and cesium-137 was again disseminated into the air. This kind of forest fires, they are becoming quite frequent now. Since the Chernobyl power plant disaster, the territory around Chernobyl has been turned into the so-called exclusion zone, and as the barrier exclusion zone, and the artificial plants were used there that were used for demobilizing of the radioactive particles. So the forest fires that we have seen starting from 1993 up to 2020, there was more than 1,800 fires like this. And we understand that the ecosystem has been now violated, and under the conditions of the climate change, all of this wood is starting to dry up, and due to the low resilience towards the fires and the different diseases of the forest. The project of preparation of the degraded ecosystems to restore the degraded ecosystems to the state of initiating the beginning of natural biodiversity and renewal of the formation of the mosaic landscape, it is necessary to use sustainable forestry practices, continuous sanitary felling to estimate the effects of fires, and fire prevention felling to remove large areas of the forest. Estimated volume of wood contaminated with radionuclides, which decomposes into radioactive waste now and will be formed over the period of 5–10 years from the start of the urgent work, is not less than 25 million cubic meters of the wood. What is offered? So we understand that we need to take down the dried wood, and in order to prevent the largest forest fires in the history of Ukraine in the radioactively contaminated areas, the consequences of this fire might be unpredictably catastrophic. The second what is offered as well is to assist the restoration of natural ecosystems to replace the artificially created, degraded, and indirectly contaminated ecosystems. We have calculated what is the amount of investment that is needed in order to make this project feasible. The project itself is about the storing and processing, about storing the wood, processing the wood and timber. That's all required, the additional money and investment. And if we will be able to complete this project as the forest recovery, we understand that it might last for a decade or more, and what is needed overall is $120 million. So what is next? The portfolio of our main anchor projects. It should be about the utilization of wood contaminated with radionuclides, and in order to do that, we offer to create a cluster consisting of the three main objects and facilities. The plant for utilization of contaminated wood and the production of pure synthesis gas, or plant that should to create a chemical plant using the pure synthesis gas as raw material. There is enough place. That is the main core of this project is going to be the plant on utilizing the contaminated timber and creating the clean synthesis gas. The gas plasma process that is already a verified technology that is called the gas plasma system. It gives you the opportunity to obtain the synthesis gas and immobilize the radionuclides. We're using the gasifier from Autotech and also from the Tetronics technology that converts the plasma. The synthesis gas cooling and purification system also includes the world's most advanced technologies of leading companies. The total project volume will be 2,000 gigawatts per 800,000 nano cubic meters of pure synthesis gas per year, and it also requires additional $500 million for the development of this project. At this slide, you can see the overall schematic layout of the gasification plant. You can see there's all the three main stages that are being presupposed here. We have already provided all of the needed research for the technological partners who can help us with their equipment. What I wanted to outline at this slide, I wanted to say that the Mitsubishi company has already promised to give us an offer for the biosynthesis gas production. The technologies are quite there, but what we have to understand as well that we're going to be using the new technology in the power stations as well. So the synthesized gas is going to be reproduced and enter the fuel cells, and it will be able to produce a direct current and heat. And then again, we will using the turbines and generators will be able to power all that up with the current. What is needed for this is $146 million. At this slide, you can see the schematic layout of the power station. At the following slide, you can see also that this is the very innovative plant on the production of the so-called clean and green hydrogen. The next slide, you can also see that when we're going to have the production of hydrogen, then it's going to be possible for us to create the hydrogen peroxide, and the hydrogen peroxide, it is an important product for the chemical industry of Ukraine. And the next slide is as well the synthesis gas processing and the production of the biomethanol. Biomethanol is an important product for the continuous growth and prosperity. At this slide, you might see again the schematic layout of our chemical plant, and the slide that follows, that will be the overall investment. The final slide, please. That would be the overall investment that is needed for the implementation of this project. You can see that what is needed is $1,367 million. I want to thank you for your attention, and I want to thank you for your attention, and I do believe that in our collaboration that will be a good project to start with in our fruitful collaboration overall. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mykola. Thank you very much. Thank you. Goodbye. So yes, we're moving on, dear friends, and I would like to introduce you with our next speaker. Please welcome the Member of Ukrainian Parliament, the head of the Temporary Special Commission of Ukraine on protecting the rights of investors. Please welcome Halina Yanchenko. Dear friends, dear colleagues, good morning. Thank you very much, dear organizers, for organizing this great event. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to talk to our Japanese colleagues and also to once again speak about this topic is really important for Ukraine. And even though the war is ongoing, it's important for us to discuss this topic now. Why is that? Because while our armed forces are concentrating on the victory, we have to have a clear understanding how are we going to recover our country further on, how are we going to be continuing the recovery process of Ukraine. I am sure, and the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, has mentioned it multiple times, that the recovery of Ukraine and renovation of Ukraine might be the biggest investment project for Europe and the world for the next decades to come. So that is why we understand that this kind of ambitious projects, they need to be thoroughly planned and planned in advance. So that is why I do believe that we already need to talk about that for us to be looking for the same joint topics so that we can create this kind of a project for the recovery of Ukraine so that all of our international partners and allies will be able to find their role and their place in the process of recovery of Ukraine. And from our side, as the government of Ukraine, will definitely interested in this kind of a global partnership that we might have. And while we're having these discussions in Ukraine about the different concepts of what way the recovery should take. And for me and for the economical blocks of government, we are emphasizing the idea that most of the resources, both time resources and personal resources and financial resources that Ukraine receives or might have and might receive to recover the country should be directed for the development and the support of economy. Why? Because Ukrainians are specific people and specific nation, and in this case, I think we're quite alike with the people of Japan because Ukrainians are hardworking. Ukrainians are very goal oriented. Ukrainians are also the people with a very significant feeling of dignity. And if you will offer Ukrainians some kind of a social help to Ukrainians or the well paid work, that most of Ukrainians, majority of Ukrainians, are going to choose the opportunity to work, are going to choose a job, not to be any kind of burden for anyone, and so that you would have this opportunity to provide for yourself with your honest work. So that is why the most important thing that we're targeting on is creating new jobs and basically creating these new opportunities for the jobs, creating the new enterprises, both Ukrainian and international, scaling up and broadening the existing enterprises as well are among the main goals of the recovery of Ukraine post-war. We can also speak about the tremendous amounts of events and activities, the state programs and reforms that have to be approved. But what I wanted to emphasize as well of what is being already done, what is already being done by Ukrainian parliament and the government of Ukraine. First of all, we are directing needed attention to the security and safety issues. We understand that there's going to be the most important and crucial question right now for the investors who are considering Ukraine for their investment. And believe me, those investors are here. I've talked to investors, for example, from Estonia, who have just launched the production this spring in Kyiv region, and he believes that it is way more effective enterprise than he had in Estonia. And speaking about the investment as of now and what will be the investment after the recovery and after the victory, we understand that the key question would be about security and safety. So that is why last year we have started this tremendous diplomatic work and negotiative work on providing international investors and Ukrainian investors of what is called the military risks insurance for investors. So it's actually insuring the investments against the military risks. Last year, this kind of negotiations were on the highest levels and they have been tremendously successful. And as of now, we have the agreement with the biggest insuring agencies in the world, the MIGA agency. And MIGA is the part of the World Bank structure. And also another insurance agency, the DFC agency, the International Development Financial Corporation. And both of these corporations have their headquarters in the US, and both of them have agreed to insure the investments in Ukraine against the military risks. What does that mean for us practically? That means that the companies that are going to be insured by this kind of insurance, and if they're going to be building certain production capacities in Ukraine, they will basically have no pains about the following actions of Russian Federation or any other aggressor country in Ukraine. So basically, when you're launching your product line, or the power plant that is going to be insurance by MIGA or IDFC. So whatever might then happen, the occupation, the advance, or any other public campaigns, or maybe there will be the challenge, the insurance companies are going to be fully recovering all of the cost of investment. So that will give the opportunity for the international investors to only be working with math and economy, only be calculating of how profitable the businesses are, of how the production of certain businesses can be beneficial for them. and not to think of any other military or political risks.
We believe that when the security risks will be covered, Ukraine will be considered an incredibly interesting location for investments because we have an extremely educated population, human capital, engineers, a well-developed IT sector that is extremely developed, artificial intelligence and robotics sectors. This is a space technology sector on one hand, and then on the other hand, it is the human capital that is one of the most accessible in terms of production, closer to Europe and European markets. The second thing I would like to mention, a very significant block of economic reforms that are currently taking place, that are currently being processed by Verkhovna Rada and the Ukrainian government, is the block of reforms pertaining to the active involvement of the private sector into the restoration and rebuilding of Ukraine. Quite unfortunately, over the course of the year and a half of active hostilities, of active war of Russian Federation against Ukraine, a significant number of social infrastructure has been damaged or destroyed. Those are schools, hospitals, kindergartens, residential buildings. And we understand quite well that it will be impossible to rebuild all of this solely from the funding of the Ukrainian budget or with the efforts of the state subcontractors. This is absolutely unrealistic expectation. And so personally, as the author of the state-private partnership reform initiator, I advocate for the strategy of the maximum involvement of private investors into the process of the rebuilding of social infrastructure of Ukraine. As of today, we have almost finalized the reform of the state-private partnership that has simplified the procedure, the preparatory procedure for the introduction of such projects. So the smaller projects up to $5 million, as well as the restoration and rebuilding projects for the damaged and destroyed infrastructure, will follow a simplified procedure over the course of a very short period of time, which enables the investor to do their paperwork quite rapidly and then move on towards the implementation of the project itself. I personally see a great potential in the state-private partnership format that we have introduced a significant number of new sectors that we would like to engage private investments into. Those are the energy sector, the military-industrial sector, the road infrastructure and logistics sector as well. And I'm convinced, and of course, this is the issue of green technology, environmental protection, waste management, which includes the building waste, which will be left after the rebuilding processes. And these are very pressing matters on one hand, and on the other hand, I believe that they will be of interest for Japanese investors. And also, taking into consideration the role that is being played by Japan in the world right now, the leadership that Japan has overtaken within the J7, I believe that we have a great potential and opportunities for cooperation, which is why I would like to call upon all of you as the Secretary of the National Investment Council under the President of Ukraine, which is the highest level strategic advisory body to the President when it comes to investments and economic development. As the Secretary of this National Investment Council, I would like to call upon Japanese businesses to get more actively involved into Ukraine. I would like to call upon Japanese agencies such as JICA to make requests for further development of our cooperation. We are very interested in this type of cooperation. We are very open. We are extremely grateful. And we have always been and will always be very friendly towards all the Japanese entities and agencies. I'm happy to say that we get to have this forum to introduce Ukrainian and Japanese private sector and entrepreneurial sector to each other. I hope that this dynamics will only grow. Thank you all so much. Have a good day, and I wish all of us fruitful cooperation. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Wish you all the best in all of your endeavors. Thank you. Let's move on, friends.
Speaker це
Our
кандидат.
next speaker is the PhD of Legal Science, the assistant at the Department of Law in Yaroslav-Mudro University, and the senior researcher at the private property section, Mr. Glotov. Mr. Glotov, good afternoon. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here in front of you. And thank you to the organizing committee for conducting this forum, because there are a lot more ties tying together Ukraine and Japan, a lot more ties than we can even imagine. I have prepared a presentation for my briefing. However, having heard my colleagues, my predecessors speak, I understood that the topic of law that I wanted to talk about might not necessarily be most suitable for this forum, which is why my speech will be without any PowerPoint presentation. And I would like to express the following. First and foremost, pertaining to communications and ties, despite the great physical distance between Ukraine and Japan, I'm speaking as a lawyer, in reality, there's a very close socio-cultural connection tying our countries together in terms of law and legislation, because just like in Japan, because Japan has a very strong tradition that has existed for many centuries already. Japan has a very strong tradition of the fact that everything that is happening in Japan is built on the basis of family ties and family traditions. And this is clearly manifested at the legislative level as well. And so, dear Japanese colleagues, I would like to tell you that despite the fact that this is not as strongly cultivated in Ukraine as it is in Japan, we also have at the foundation of many phenomena the family ties and the family traditions and the family flexibility that supports the fact that you can always expect a good outcome. A good example of that is how Ukrainians have come together around defending Ukraine against the Russian aggressor. And this also supports my thesis that these family ties are very strong. I would like to say a couple of words about the current state of science, and science in Ukraine specifically, and about the fact that science has to be the reason for the focus and the interest of investors and scientists in general, because I can honestly say that Ukrainian scientific sector is definitely very, very strong. Unfortunately, as of today, we can see that everything related to Ukrainian science is not associated with Ukraine as such in most cases. There is a chance that that can be the outcome of Ukraine having been a part of the Soviet Union in the past, and it may be as a result, everything that has been created by Ukrainian scientists is somehow associated with Russia. And quite often it is called a Russian achievement or a Russian know-how, which is not true in most cases. I would like to tell you that most of the Soviet scientists were in fact Ukrainian scientists. And the strong scientific tradition has been a legacy that is being cultivated and developed in Ukraine today. There are many examples of such scientific cooperation between Ukraine and Japan. An example of that is a project for nuclear physics that has been conducted until recently at the Kharkiv Technological Institute. It was a very strong project in the field of nuclear physics. As you know, there were 3 countries cooperating us, but a lot of type of science, because Ukraine has had a very strong scientific potential. If we're talking about the value of the Ukrainian input into the global science, it is clearly evident through different ratings where Ukraine usually plays a key role. And so taking this into consideration, and also take into consideration the fact that unfortunately Ukrainian science has lost a lot over the course of this full-scale war, I would like to address our Japanese colleagues asking for support, if I may say so, in terms of supporting Ukrainian scientific potential, including young Ukrainian scientists. What types of losses am I talking about? If we remember the example when last year a famous Ukrainian physicist was killed, shot dead in his yard, or we can remember the example of a complete destruction of facilities of a range of scientific and research institutions, educational institutions. Of course, all of that is a significant loss, not only for Ukraine, but also for the global scientific community. And if in this specific field, Ukrainian and Japanese scientists will find areas of cooperation, I think that would establish a very strong bond. In terms of legislation, I would like to say that Ukrainian legislative bases are ready for supporting the processes related to the intellectual property, because when we are talking about science, we have to always remember about the loss on the intellectual property, because economic potential lies specifically in these types of results, in the scientifically significant results, but also the types of results that can be commercialized. As of today, despite the fact that there's war happening in Ukraine, I can say that our country finds strength, opportunities, and funding to continue supporting Ukrainian scientific sector, and is doing so through the National Research Fund of Ukraine. And of course, we're talking about different financial transactions in hryvnia, but the amounts go up to hundreds of millions of hryvnia. On a global scale, this is definitely not enough money. And as of today, there's this insignificant number of projects, and we would like for it to expand, is of course related to cooperation of our scientists with the scientists of other countries, primarily European scientists. And they're cooperating with us through the national research funds of their respective countries of origin. And if this type of cooperation can be established with Japanese institutions of this type, that would be very interesting and very beneficial for both parties, I believe. Sir, I'm so sorry. You only have a couple more minutes. I'm sorry. Right. So, my main takeaway here is that it would be great if our countries would have stronger ties established. And I would love to see that not only in the level of commercial projects, but also at the level of scientific projects, because without science, a commercial sector cannot exist. Thank you so much. Glory to Ukraine. Thank you. Glory to the heroes. Wish you all the best. Thank you. Dear friends, we are moving on. Please draw your attention to our next speaker, the CEO of Solar Generation, the chairman of the Council of the Ukrainian Association of Renewable Energy, Stanislav Ignatiev. Sir? Sir, we cannot hear you right now, unfortunately. Still cannot hear you? Sir? Yes, we can hear you now. Thank you. Thank you. That's fantastic. Fantastic technologies. Konnichiwa, our dear Japanese colleagues. Glory to Ukraine, to everyone else. And like our colleagues usually say, again, good afternoon, everybody. I am launching my presentation, and we will be talking about... can you see the presentation? Can everyone see the presentation? Yes. It's right there on the screen. All right. So we will be talking about renewable energy. And since Ukraine, just like the entire world, has chosen to move towards the green energy, we are moving towards decarbonization. I would like to show you just a couple of slides of what is the current state of the green energy sector, and I will try to be slow for the interpreter's sake, and what we can do with our green energy sector later on. So, I have already been introduced. I am the Doctor of Technical Sciences. I'm the professor and also the chairman of the Council of the Ukrainian Green Energy Association. Background history. We have been moving quite quickly towards green energy in Ukraine, and we have achieved significant results until 2022. And then in 2023, unfortunately, the full-scale war started. On this maps that I have made specifically for this purpose, and I continue updating it, you can see that 43% of green energy generating capacities are located and have been either located on the temporarily occupied territories or have suffered from the Russian invasion, and a lot of these facilities are destroyed. Solar energy. Up to 40% of generation facilities are currently destroyed. We were one of the leading nations in Europe when it comes to the to building solar energy facilities. Over the course of 4 years, we have built up to 6 megawatts of solar power plants. This is a huge amount. It is compatible with the Zaporizhzhia power plant, but unfortunately, 40% of the 6 gigawatt facilities are destroyed. This is one of our stations in Mykolaiv. You can see how it was destroyed by helicopter fire. And what is the current state? They're currently being rebuilt, and I'm leaving to Mykolaiv in a couple of hours just to take a look. Quite unfortunately, people who have private solar power stations have also suffered greatly. Up to 1 gigawatt of solar power plants in private households, which is equal to 1 block of the nuclear power plant. So people have built that many solar power plants in their private households with their private funds, but unfortunately up to 30% of those facilities are destroyed today. You can see the picture from my birthplace in Kharkiv. You can see how these stations are being destroyed quite quickly. Wind energy. Our wind energy generating plants were mostly concentrated in Donetsk, Zaporizhzhia, and Kherson Oblast, and so quite unfortunately, we only have 372 megawatts, which are located on the non-occupied territories. We do not know for a fact what has happened to a lot of our facilities, because these pictures you see are the real pictures from our wind generating facilities. We do not know for a fact what is happening to many of our generating facilities, but the current generation is only 372 megawatts out of more than 2 gigawatts. 2 gigawatts is equated to 2 blocks of the nuclear power plants. Just so that for you to understand, it's comparable to Fukushima. But the wind power plants are constantly being shelled, or constantly on fire. Thermal energy from biomass. The largest biomass power plant was located in Zhytomyr. And during the second months of the war, there were shellings happening. Unfortunately, it's beyond repair. And we have 15% of the overall biopower plants capacities that are damaged or destroyed. And the most significant issue for Ukraine is the thermal power plants that have suffered most significantly during the fall and winter month of this year. And this is something that is provided to us by the intelligence and my military colleagues as well, that these types of shellings will continue in this winter. We are importing a lot of firefighting equipment from Europe and US specifically for these purposes. And we're extremely grateful for that support, even though that equipment has not yet arrived. 47 firefighting vehicles have already arrived to Ukraine that are saving these coal thermal power plants because they burn up quite quickly, as well as the power transformers and coal, they catch on fire extremely quickly. Grids have also suffered significantly. I believe that my colleagues will be able to look through this presentation later because it's already been posted on the slide, but the grids have suffered significantly. Only 20% of the grids have been restored, and that's what we will end up with this next winter. And what we have for the future, we have grand capabilities when it comes to the introduction of green generation for the nearest 25 years. And we have to continue working in this field. I would like to share a little bit more information about my company. Currently, our company has 110 megawatts of generation facilities. We are one of the largest electricity generating private companies in Ukraine. On the photo right here, you can see our station in Chernivtsi Oblast, the sea of solar panels, 58 megawatts of solar power. And this is our largest power plant on the non-occupied territories. And it is one of the 10 largest solar power plants of Europe. I know that for a fact because I built that power plant. I was the lead on that project. We have a very strong pool of potential investment projects. That's first and foremost solar generation. You can see this huge yellow circle. We have biogeneration potential investment projects. We have wind generation investment projects. When it comes to solar generation, you can see the dispersion across different regions, but I was specifically bringing your attention specifically to these regions that are relatively safe for Ukraine, and these are the regions where we are working quite actively developing the solar generation facilities. When it comes to wind, we're also working in Ivano-Frankivsk, which is a relatively safe region, where we're working quite actively and cooperating with an investor in Qatar who plans to fund the station. Our company has a lot of experience under my lead when it comes to the development of new projects, starting from greenfield all the way to the project implementation. We have significant experience as EPC contractor, meaning the company that is building projects starting from scratch, finds funding, and builds turnkey projects. And we have a unique opportunity because we are managing these projects of 110 megawatts. This is a lot of generation facilities, and it is just imagine this is 1/10 of a nuclear reactor capacity. And we have been delivering great success. We are also the company that turned towards the communities that we are working with. One of the mayors is calling me right now, actually, in this very moment. And we are one of the leaders. You can see our awards. We are one of the leaders in the industry. Thank you for your attention. If there are any questions, I'm more than happy to answer those.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, best of luck to you. Have all the best, all the successes. Glory to Ukraine, glory to the heroes. So we'll continue, and dear friends, our next speaker is Vice President of the Chamber of Commerce of Ukraine, Mr. Volodymyr Korol. Please, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, dear friends, dear guests, dear participants of our conference. It's a pleasure for me to greet you on behalf of the Trade and Commerce Chamber of Ukraine. And having this opportunity, I would like to thank the organizers of our today's event. Thank you very much for this initiative, and thank you very much for being very persistent in preparing this event and in conducting it. It is an important opportunity for us to meet our Japanese partners, and I am the big supporter of an idea that meetings in different format, especially right now, should be conducted as frequently as possible. we always need more information. So I'm not going to take your attention for a longer period of time because there's a lot of issues that we would like to discuss with you, but I don't want to repeat my colleagues as well. And I would like to give you the outline of the work of our chamber, of our collaboration with our Japanese colleagues and Japanese partners. And I believe that it's one of the most important capacities and our powerful and it is a powerful collaboration that we have, and this is due to the understanding that our international colleagues and our Japanese colleagues and professionals are actively participating in the process of the post-war recovery of Ukraine. Together with our colleagues, like our colleagues have already said, we shouldn't be waiting for the victory. It's going to be definitely happening for sure, but we need to start working already yesterday. There's a lot of things that we can do and have to do. I do support the idea that, if my house, my home, and my country is facing this kind of challenges, then we need to build our country stronger. So we should not rebuild our country with an old template. We have to build a new economy. And that is why I do believe this powerful, innovative, and developed countries as Japan is will be definitely beneficial for us. That's also the opportunity for a country as Japan is to show how they can implement the best of what they have, the best of what they know and earn. And for Ukraine, that will be additional opportunity as well, once again, to recover itself and to build a new economy on the new basis or with the new goals, with the new aims, and with the new tools. So that is why the whole systems of the chambers of commerce could not stand aside of these processes. The systems of Ukrainian chambers of commerce, we have 25 regional chambers of commerce in all of the regions, even in those regions that are temporarily occupied. All of our organizations, they have been displaced if they were on the occupied territory. They are in the territory that is under Ukrainian control. All of the 25 Chamber of Commerce are working, are active. The biggest part from the temporarily occupied territories, they also work in the territory of Ukraine. And it also gives us additional tasks and additional requirements towards all of us because none of us has an experience of how to work, how to develop the business under the conditions of the war. We are gaining this experience hourly, day after day. And what we require is support. The support and assistance from our partners that will help us and advise us of what has to be the priority for the development of our economy and for the development of our economic and business connections. And I would like to offer our Japanese partners to continue this active work that has been started since the very beginning of the full-scale invasion of Russian Federation against Ukraine. And I just wanted to say, as the person that is connected to the activities of the chambers of commerce and Ukrainian businesses and the development of Ukraine overall, I would like to use this opportunity to sincerely thank sends Japanese representatives, the ambassador of Japan to Ukraine, Mr. Masuda, because I wanted to say that this is one of the most effective and professional teams. That is the team of the Japanese embassy that is currently working in Ukraine. I am really grateful for their support. And I also would like to express my gratitude to Mr. Serhiy Korsunsky and his teams that are working in the embassy of Ukraine in Japan, because you can be very, very persistent and eloquent when you're talking about the things, and you might be just describing things and I'm doing this, but they have been working hard on implementing all of that's possible. We have conducted multiple activities with the chambers of commerce in Ukraine. I have been visiting Japan and I have participated in negotiations with them Japanese companies that are dealing with the issues of Japanese and international businesses. We worked with the associations of the foreign businesses and our colleagues from the Chamber of Commerce of Japan. We have worked and collaborated and discussed with them ideas with the main organizations in Japan. What I wanted to say, on the 9th of September, here in the Chamber of Commerce of Ukraine, we're going to also host a delegation. It's not going to be a very big delegation, but it's going to be a very strong delegation. So if we speak sense-wise, it's going to be a powerful delegation from Japan that's going to be here. We're going to have the leaders of the biggest Japanese corporations that are going to be visiting right now. And I just of Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce and register for all of the meetings that we're about to have so that you will have at least an online exhibition so that we will be able to present already our achievements, the technological achievements, the IT achievements from Ukraine, or the agricultural energy sector achievements that we've had. And that next in 2025, Osaka will host the Expo 2025, and I think that it would be also a good opportunity for Ukraine to be presented at this international platform with our capacities, our opportunities, and our achievements. Yes, I'm sorry, we have just a couple of minutes, so please. Yes, I just wanted to end up with a couple of words. What it is that we're offering to our Japanese colleagues in order to mitigate the risks while entering the Ukrainian market. And what I mean is about looking for the right partners in Ukrainian businesses. Please ask the Ukrainian partners whether they have the certificate of loyalty. The certificate of loyalty and integrity as the participants of the external economic activity. This certificate is provided by the Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce. That is something that's going to prevent you from certain difficulties of working in our market. Just a couple of last words. During the war, many organizations and the Chamber of Commerce as well has started to do the things that are not very specific to the organizations that are mostly targeting with businesses. What I mean that we're working in charitable and humanitarian sectors as well. In our Chambers of Commerce, we do have an international charitable foundation that is called Stand with Ukraine. And one of the main components of our activities is about the psychological rehabilitation and the health recovery from the temporarily occupied and de-occupied territories of Ukraine. It looks like this, so you can find the information about this charitable foundation at our website. I think that the Japanese, as a nation that knows what peaceful life is and what is not, who knows the price of life for both children and adults, will not stand aside this process. Thank you very much for your attention. We'll keep on working on. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All the best. Thank you for your time. So we will have a very short break now and we will continue.
Так, друзі, ми продовжуємо наш
Okay, dear friends, we'll continue our forum, Prosperity 2023 Japan-Ukraine Forum, and I would like to invite our next speaker. Please welcome the head of the research and production company Quadrat on producing the fertilizers. Please welcome Serhiy Shevchenko. Please, Serhiy, the floor is yours. Hello, dear participants and really gentlemen. That's actually the video that you have seen actually echoed what I wanted to say, but I think that I may maybe emphasize certain other ideas and I will tell you more. I'm really grateful for having our company invited to this kind of event, and I'm going to share my presentation in a second. I hope you can hear me. Yes. And you can see me well? Yes. I represent the Quadrat company that is one of the leaders of Ukrainian market in producing the specialized fertilizers. The agriculture has been one of the leaders of Ukrainian economy and the economy of our country overall. Since the beginning of the full-scale invasion of Russian Federation, agriculture has been one of the main sources for the currency income to the budget of Ukraine. The overall area of the arable lands of Ukraine is around 28 million hectares. But unfortunately, due to the military aggression and due to the war, there has been a significant decrease in our potential. So right now we've lost around 20% of Ukrainian arable lands that are either temporarily occupied or might not be used due to the mining. And if we will speak about the overall structures of crops, in Ukraine in 2022, then you can see that the biggest share was dedicated to corn, to sunflower, and to the winter wheat. Comparing the areas of the crops, of winter crops, in 2022, then it have decreased by 41%, and you can see how the areas covered by other crops have changed starting from 2020 up to 2022, and you can see that on the slide. Also, the summer crops has also decreased in their areas, and the soy areas covered by soy have increased by 15%. Of course, the overall decrease of the areas have impacted the overall the harvest, the yield that we received, and the final results in money as well. So you can see that has been a significant results and change differences in results of 2021 and 2022. And this is the expected yield of 2023 as well. Any kind of growing, any kind of crops isn't possible without using the modern technologies. And one of the important part of these technologies is to provide the plants and crops with all of the needed nutrition elements that can be provided by the timely usage of fertilizers. Our enterprise, Quantum, specializes on creating the specialized fertilizers for the leaves and the overall nutrition systems. I would like to introduce you with the information about our company. Our company has been created in 2010, and throughout its existence, the company has been one of the leaders among the production of the fertilizers and providing Ukrainian producers the high-quality fertilizers that they needed. We have been attentively following the international trends in the market, and we're trying to provide our customers the products of high quality and Sometimes we're even providing the products that are better than the international products. The main benefits of our companies is about the dynamic development and innovative solutions, and providing the high quality products that are best in their class, and constantly working on improving ourselves and improving the quality of our products. We're using the environmental friendly technologies. Even during the full-scale invasion, our company hasn't stopped its work, even though we are located very closely to the zone of the active military actions. We're speaking about 20, 30 kilometers, still the contact line. In 2022, we were able to fulfill all of the contracts that we've had with our clients. We were able to produce and deliver all of the products that has been promised. Of course, the war has added some additional tasks for us to cover. We're speaking about the increase of pricing for the logistics and transportation, and it was really hard for us to bring our products to the market, and there have been other nuances during the full-scale invasion that we managed to overcome as well. Even though the conditions are quite harsh, we continue to develop. For example, during February this year, we have launched the second industrial premise in Vinnytsia region, and it has given us the opportunity to increase our capacities, production capacities, almost by 50%. It helped us also to simplify the logistics for our clients in the center and the west of Ukraine. As of now, our main capacities are located at the overall area of 13 hectares, and we're talking about 12,000 square meters of our industrial capacities. We have the opportunity to produce 300 tons per day of liquid fertilizers and additional micro fertilizers of the scale of 80 tons per day, and also the overall the microgranules that we create is 2 tons per hour. The quality of the product is very important for us. Our products have been certified according to the ISO 9001 standard, and it has been also certified according to the organic fertilizers standards. Our products also has been registered in the European Union according to the European Union fertilizer standards, and it meets all of the standards required for the European Union products. As of now, we are producing more than 100 different products. The first line that's the Quantum company has started to produce. We've had the liquid fertilizers under the trademark Quantum. It has different additional groups in it: the complex, the functional, monochelates, biostimulators, and additional material, additional active components. The development of the agriculture is first of all targeted for improving the productivity of crops and reaching the certain indicators of yield in the end, the one that has been already included into the current hybrids and breeds. The most important precondition here is also using the fertilizers that are being used for the treatment of the seeds. Our company has also has the production line of this kind of treatments. We have created the action system, the systems of a different management, the system that will improve the productivity of the fertilizers you will use. Also, our company is the first company to produce the microgranulated fertilizer with the trademark UltraStart. Another direction of our production is creating the fertilizers that can be the water-solvent fertilizers under the trademark Provantis. They can use for the fertigation systems and the extra root nutrition. Another line of the product that we're offering about also is the highly concentrated with active components fertilizers under the trademark ZMAX. As a company with high ambitious. We don't want to limit ourselves to Ukrainian market. Our products have already been registered and used in Czech Republic, in Slovakia, in Moldova. As of now, we are also registering our company and trying to reach the market of the US and Romania. We're constantly analyzing the competitors as well in the competitive market in Ukraine, and we might bravely state that in 2022, our company had 31% of the overall Ukrainian market share in our segment of the specialized fertilizers. Speaking of that, that's around 16,000 tons of the products that have been sold. In 2022, our company has sold the fertilizers for more than 700 million hryvnias, which is the 17% of all of the sales of the same products of the same type in Ukraine. But also we can say that the area of the first application of our fertilizers of quantum diaphragm action was more than 500,000 hectares. The liquid fertilizers TM Quantum have been used for more than 1 million hectares. And of course, we have already gained a lot, but we understand that we need to continue developing our company as well. We understand that the product that our company produces gives the opportunity to fully reach the potential of your crops and gives the opportunity to increase the yield of these crops. There is the high demand for our agricultural practices for additional innovative products, and there is the need to establish the high quality and fast logistics in order to increase the export potential of our production line. We do require additional money and investment to improve our production and logistics. Speaking about our labs, they also needed to be updated, both the production and research labs. We need to provide the new equipment for the labs so that they will give us the opportunity to develop the new products and to develop and to provide the high quality analysis of our input products and creating the new products as well. And we need additional new packaging line. In order to increase the production line and broadening the client base, we do require high quality storages to be able to store our ready-made products there. To increase the fast logistics for the clients in Ukraine and for the partners in the European Union, we also require our own fleet with a certain amount of the cargo vehicles. Our company is always moving forward. It's an innovative company. So that will be just a very brief observations about the agricultural market of Ukraine and our company and what we're doing. Yes, thank you very much. We wish you everything the best, all the best prosperity, and hope that you will find the investment for your businesses. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, dear friends, we're moving on, and I would like to invite our next speaker to take the floor. Please welcome the professor, the head of the pro-rectors on the educational work of the higher educational institutions of Ukraine, Mr. Volodymyr Pavlikov. I'm sorry, Volodymyr, I don't think that we have the good connection with you. We can't hear you properly. It seems like you're speaking way too fast. Maybe you need to change your microphone's regime. Just let us try to reconnect Volodymyr once again. And I think that, yes, now we can hear you better. Yes, so dear friends, dear colleagues, thank you very much for having this forum. And the forum is very relevant for Ukraine during these times. It's except for strong problems, except the war, Ukraine now has certain opportunities as well. The opportunities of creating the new ways of implementing the new products, of growing our economy. And here we understand that it will be really hard for Ukraine to do all of that alone and to be successful alone. So we need to collaborate with our international colleagues. And I believe that Japan is one of the countries that we needed to have the closest connections even earlier. But as you said, I represent here the Scientific Council for these higher education institutions, and I'm not going to make a specific presentation. I just wanted to outline some of the challenging issues that we have. As of today, the academia and science in Ukraine has a most important, biggest challenge. The amount of money that our researchers receive, they mostly are there are enough to create a certain model to prove that certain technology is feasible, but there's not enough money to get this technology or innovation to the serial production. It actually leads to the situation when a lot of serious technologies and a lot of important scientific and research projects and products that are only stopping at the level of the projects and the model and design at the university. So our project is about, for example, creating this kind of a fund that will help us to generate the money that will help us to get the research on the production level. Why do we believe that collaboration with Japan is very important for us? Because all of the innovations and design projects that have a really high and important development levels, and we need some additional equipment. And right now, we're not producing this kind of equipment that is needed to be producing the new temples and models. Maybe some of the equipment can be provided from Japan, or like I'm not speaking on some precise moment, but I do believe that we will establish certain contacts, and after our forum, we'll be able to reach most of the people who are currently here at the main session, if they're going to be interested in further collaboration. If we're speaking about, for example, providing the drones or the pilotless flying vehicles, then we require the specific modern details and modern equipment. And unfortunately, Ukraine does not produce all of that today. In the future, of course, we're talking about creating the innovative plans with that, but today we can only do that in collaboration with our partner, with Japan, for example. Why we believe we might be interesting for our friends as well? Because as of now, today, we have this opportunity to test out all of our innovations in a very broad scope of usage, starting from the peaceful civilian life up to the military actions in the front line. So that is why I would like to invite you to our collaboration in this direction, so that we will be able to cover this gap between the good ideas, scientific research, up to the serial production.
But trust me, we already do have certain results. We have discussed also the issue of demining. We are communicating with our foreign partners. So we are currently discussing this with the United States of America. But there's an issue. The number of mines that are currently contaminating Ukrainian territories, there's not a single country that can offer a ready solution for this issue. And so we will have to implement new solutions in Ukraine, novel solutions that may play a significant role for the entire humanity as such. I have brought together a team of more than 50 individuals. We are currently cooperating with the State Emergency Service. We are creating a training range where we will test out the demining techniques for different types of mines that would be hidden in different types of locations. Why that is? Because classic scientific approach is very different from what has been suggested already today by one of my predecessors, Mr. Balach. I think we'll discuss with him that today as well. Why is that? Because the issue of demining is not just down to the minesweepers riding through and demining. No, we have to create minefield maps. We have to create opportunities for processing signals in infrared, in high frequency, X-ray frequency. We have to use magnitude meters. We have to have a range of scientific tools in order to solve these complex physics issues. There's a lot of issues of processing the images and thermal images. We have started these efforts already, but it still requires additional initiatives. So despite having achieved significant results, I still think that we need to cooperate with our Japanese colleagues in France, that I am hoping to meet when our colleagues will meet Ukraine and Kharkiv specifically, because I'm currently in Kharkiv, talking about the issue of enterprises that are relocating and that are leaving to other safer regions of Ukraine. This is a very complex issue. And why? Because these research and development facilities usually employed students. Usually Kharkiv was considered the student capital of Ukraine, but we are losing the status. Why? Because we have gotten less students to enter the universities than in the previous years. And usually the students, the third-year students, they are employees at these scientific research and development facilities. And that is this employee reserve that we used to have. But if Kharkiv is unable to restore this rate of students, we will be unable to open most of these research and development facilities that have close to relocated. This is yet another issue that we will have to face, and we'll definitely communicate with the representatives of enterprises to solve this issue at a regional level at least. Dear colleagues, I'm not going to take any more of your time. These were the main messages that I wanted to share. I really hope that in the future we will be fruitfully cooperating. I have written letters. The organizers of the forum have my contact information, so please email me and let me know how we can work together. Some of these issues that I have mentioned, they're not regional, they're touching the entire humanity. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Volodymyr. Thank you. Best of luck to you. Let's move on, dear friends.
Lifetime of promises and the world of dreams. In the lifetime of promises and the world of dreams. Speaks a language of love like you know what it means. Speaks a language of love like you know. You're simply the best. Better than all the rest. Better than anyone. Anyone You're the best.
Йдемо далі, друзі.
So let's move on, dear friends. It is a great honor of mine to introduce to you our next speaker. Please pay attention to the CEO and the co-founder of the website WorkUA, Artur Michno. Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Yeah, sure. Great. Then I will share my screen with all of you. Pulling up my presentation right now. Can you see it? Yes. Perfect. Okay. So I would like to welcome all of you who were able to join the forum. Thank you so much for having invited me. I was invited here to discuss the job market analytics and what types of trends and expectations we have for this year, the next year, because for 17 years in a row, I have been chairing the major job-seeking site in Ukraine, which means that everything that I will tell you today is basically the frontline analytics, and I will start with good news, because they're different news, of course, but we don't really hear good news very often, which is why I would like to highlight those today. The good news is that job market in Ukraine has been restored almost completely to the pre-war state, and we currently see at least 95% when it comes to the job openings. So 95% of the number of job openings that were before the full-scale invasion. This is absolutely incredible, taking into consideration the fact that Ukraine is currently in the state of war, but we can see that businesses, of course, we all believe in victory, but we see that businesses are not only preparing for victory, but the businesses knows that victory is coming for sure. And those who will be the first in participating in the restoration and rebuilding, they will reap the most benefits at the end. And so the competition at the job market is insane. I would like to briefly introduce myself. I am the co-founder and CEO of WorkUI. I have been working in IT for 22 years. We started as a web design studio, and for 18 years, we have been working the WorkUA project, and I'm the owner of that project. I work on the development strategy of this company and the project that it is launching. Speaking about the website itself, WorkUA is a first job-seeking site, the largest job-seeking site in Ukraine. According to the key indicators, the number of job openings, the number of CVs that are being uploaded, and the number of responses to job openings. If we try to characterize WorkUA in a metaphor, we can imagine an airport, right, where every job opening is a plane. So there is a large number of countries, and when these countries need tourists, they send their planes into an airport. And so WorkUA is this dream airport where every person can find their dream job and get on their dream plane and fly. Why is it better understood through a metaphor? Because when we are talking about 45,000 companies that WorkUA has been cooperating with, it seems like an extremely large airport that is servicing 45,000 countries. And if we are talking about 90,000 current job openings, job offers, we are currently, I think, at 100,000 job offers. So imagine those as 100,000 planes that we were able to service at the same time. Simultaneously, that is more than 450,000 customers are visiting our website every day, and they're entering this airport to look at different planes that are going to different places. And approximately 4.5 million people use the site over the course of a single month. Why am I talking about these numbers? Just for you to understand the scale and for you to understand the background of the data I will be mentioning. This is real big data. So we can see how the job market has been developing over the course of the past 2 years. In 2021, before the beginning of the full-scale invasion, we can see that on average, the number of relevant job openings was approximately a little bit more than 100,000. And then there was the most catastrophic drop over the entire Ukraine's history. The job market is decreasing by 15 times, and it drops to 6,000 relevant job openings. It felt like for at least a couple of years, we would not be able to get back up. However, as you can see right now, Ukraine has demonstrated that it is extremely resilient, and so the businesses have quite quickly adapted to new circumstances. And starting with April, we can see this restoration, this growth. We see plus 50% growth per month. And so we can clearly see the trends. And back in October, Ukraine was back at 50% as a job market, and now we are up to 95% of the pre-war job market. If we take a look at the map, these are the stats. Of course, the Western Ukraine has definitely surpassed the pre-war numbers. The central Ukraine is at 80 to 90%. The regions that has mostly suffered from the invasion, like Kyiv Oblast, Chernihiv Oblast, Sumy, Kharkiv, Zaporizhia, Donetsk, Luhansk, and Kherson, you can see that the indicators are lower, the numbers are lower, but the Chernihiv Oblast is at 73%, despite constant shelling. And despite quite complicated situation, Ukraine is resilient, Ukraine is unbreakable, Ukraine keeps growing.
Артуре, я перепрошую, у вас слайди не перемикаються, воно на першому зараз.
У мене перемикаються, а не перемикаються у вас. Це дуже прискорбно. Щас, а що ми для цього можемо зробити?
The slides are not moving. Okay, let me fix that. Let's go back to the slides. Why didn't you mention that before? Okay, let's try that again.
Share, так. А зараз видно?
Can you see the slides right now?
Play і поїхали. Гарні новини.
Да, супер, зараз пішло.
Can you see it? Yes, yes, we can see it now. All right.
Так, ну про гарні новини ви вже почули. Тепер на слайдах 95% від
So let's look back at this slide. So we are at a 95-point restoration to the pre-war period. My picture, work UA, the airport metaphor, remember? The numbers that I have mentioned, 45,000 companies that are currently cooperating with us, and they're currently posting more than 90,000 job postings on the site, and approximately 500,000 people are using the website per day, and 4.5 million monthly target audience. This is the graph that I have mentioned. This is very important to see this graph. Once again, 100,000 job openings. That was the average number before the beginning of this full-scale invasion. And then we can see this huge drop by 15 times, and then we can see this slow restoration. You can see it growing back up, and then the map that I was talking about just right now, the west of Ukraine that has surpassed the pre-war indicators in terms of job openings in their numbers. The central Ukraine, and then you can see the regions with the lowest indicators of the number of job openings restoration because they have suffered from the war. Who are the employers looking for? It has not changed. Sales managers, client managers, chefs, drivers, administrators, accountants, different types of managers, and even bartenders. These are the top 10 most frequently published job openings. If we're talking about the structure of restoration of job openings based on different industries, there are industrial sectors that have grown the most. So the energy sector has grown almost twice the amount of the pre-war job openings. The beauty, fitness, and sport that were forced to close down, they are also surpassed 100%, and the auto business and auto services, as well as even the hotel and restaurant business, you can see is also growing. And there are also certain areas that have regrown at a lower than 70%. I'm not going to comment on every single one of these industrial sectors, but my presentation will be available to you later. We can see the highest losses in the tourism sector because almost the entire southern Ukraine is occupied. The IT sector is also suffering because it's an entire global crisis that we're currently going through. At the same time, when there are many job openings, and I will say later that the people are lacking because we are lacking personnel, you can see that the salaries are growing as a result, and the trends are saying that the salaries will only keep growing. As compared to what the pension fund is demonstrating, we can see the components that are surpassing the average salaries provided by the Ukrainian pension fund. We can see the comparison and the dynamics, the growth dynamics. Unfortunately, it has not compensated for the inflation and the weakening of hryvnia, but we can see these indicators. At the same time, what is business saying? 76% of small and medium businesses, according to our questionnaires, are planning to expand their business in 2024, 2023 because of relocation, because of entering new markets, new areas, new fields. All of the businesses that stayed in Ukraine and that continue to work in Ukraine, almost all of them are saying that they're planning to expand. At the same time, we can see that the number of people is falling, and it's a lot more difficult to find employees. 56% of companies say that recruiting is taking a lot more time, which is more than half of the market. So what are the challenges that we are facing? They can be mostly characterized by this specific slide. This is an average number of responses that a job opening gets when being published on WorkUA. Our website is one of the most efficient resources in Ukraine. This is an average. It depends on brands, on areas, and salaries, but this trend is very well understood. The yellow line demonstrates what was happening before the war. The blue line is the number of responses to to different job openings at the beginning of the war. Because at the beginning of the war, you can see a lot of people lost their jobs, and the difference was between 10, 15 responses per job opening, and it went all the way up to 70 responses. And then over the course of half a year, this trend returned to the pre-war indicators, and currently you can see the red line. You can see the number of responses dropping, unfortunately. Of course, it is understood why that is happening, because approximately 5 million people left Ukraine as refugees. 67% of those people are considering not returning to Ukraine. And take into consideration the fact that this is the second year in a row that war is happening and children will go to school, we believe that this possibility will only grow. So out of those who have left as refugees, there are 3.5 million of people of working age who are currently not involved in Ukrainian market. And out of those might not return at the same time. We have approximately 1.5 million, up to 2 million mobilized individuals who are currently part of the armed forces of Ukraine. And so overall, we have 5 million people who are not involved in the job market. And this is a real challenge. The number of vacancies, the number of job openings grows. The competition for qualified workers also grows. And we are lacking qualified employees, qualified workers. So the question, what the businesses have to think about after the end of the war, that is primarily about the people who will be working for them. So these are the questions for the nearest future. We are lacking 5 million people in the job market. How do we compete for skilled workers? What can companies do? How can they train unqualified individuals? And so if we're talking about key challenges for the employers, such as recruiting, search, adaptation, training, motivation, and retention, we know that all of these challenges have been multiplied by 2, and so the employers have to focus specifically on training, motivation, and retention, because it is so difficult to find an employee who would have all of the needed experience and knowledge. It will be almost impossible. And so we have to work with people who are there. And when we are talking about it, of course, it is difficult to retain an individual with just salary or good working conditions. And so things that will grow are the HR branding of the employer that has to communicate with employees or potential employees through census, through involvement, through the corporate growth program, through open opportunities. This is something that a lot of people are discussing at many different conferences. And large corporations, companies are starting to build their corporate projects that will develop their HR brand. And finally, it's very important to mention yet another challenge for the society at large and for the companies. These are the veterans. We will definitely win. At the same time, approximately 2 million people will be veterans coming back from the combat zones and re-entering society. And so the issue of veteran integration is one of the most significant issues that Ukraine will face, because people will be coming back with other approach to life. A lot of them will not return to former jobs. They will have to require adaptation and psychological support. And so as society, we have to learn how to properly treat veterans. And on one hand, it has to, we don't have any questions. I will be happy to answer those. But despite the war, I can see that the people who want to work, they keep working. Life goes on in Ukraine. I'm currently in Kiev. Everything is working as it was. People are in a good mood. And as I said, 76% of businesses are planning to grow and expand. So I will finish with the words I believe. If you do what you believe in, and if you believe in what you do, you can do anything. This concludes my briefing. And if you have any questions, please let me know. Mr. Michno, thank you so much. Thanks to you, thousands and millions of Ukrainians can find jobs for many years in a row, and under these complicated conditions, you continue working. Thank you so much. We are moving on, dear friends. Our next speaker is a director, is the main doctor of the Ukrainian Hotel Group, the deputy of Truskovets City Council, Anatoly Starodub. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation. It's a great pleasure to be represented at such a respectful forum. I believe that there was a lot of content about the industrial area, but I would like to speak about something else, about the health resort industry that is more famous in Ukraine and less famous abroad. I'm about to play my slides. Just give me 1 second.
Да, я перепрошую. Так. Видно?
Так, супер.
Так, зараз я.
Can you see? Yes, yes.
Я перепрошую. Технічно. Значить, організація санаторно-курортної.
So the organization of the health resort industry in Ukraine. Can you make it full screen, please? Yes. Just give me a second.
Не видно, так?
Ні. Спробуйте натиснути на кнопочку «Вид», і там буде на весь екран, можливо. Чи...
Зараз. Ми вроді би настроювали, і все було. Вот вид.
Да, спробуйте натиснути на «Вид», да, і там буде, можливо, ні?
Угу. Шкода, що не видно, так?
Ну, воно видно, але краще було б на весь екран, якщо було б.
Угу.
Ну, якщо не дається, то давайте вже так.
Давайте будемо продовжувати.
Давайте.
Так. Значить, організація санаторно-курортної галузі.
So the organization of the health and resort industry in Ukraine, this is development of commercial activities, the preservation of human capital, the solution of issues with the worsening health of the population, treatment, disease prevention, and health improvement in order to increase active life expectancy. Approximately 18 million Ukrainians are suffering from the Russian aggression. According to the UN estimates, approximately 5 million of those people require assistance. Starting from the 24th of February 2022, Ukrainian people have faced a multitude of challenges, such as the issue of medical, physical, and psychological rehabilitation of the veterans, the results of the full-scale invasion and their impact on the psychological and physical health of the nation, the further civilization of the combat veterans and civilians who have suffered from the war. If we don't face this issue right now, it will be reflected on both the societal and the private life of almost every family. Contemporary health resort industry is characterized by the multi-layer structure of service provision and the active diversification processes. In the foreign tradition, the market of the health resort tourism is represented as a part of the wellness industry that comprises the mutual penetration of the markets of medical, spa tourism, and wellness tourism. The main difference between the approaches in the Ukrainian and foreign industry is the idea of the health resort. in Ukraine in their rehabilitation and health resorts facilities with specialized medical facilities called the health resorts. What is a health resort? It's a medical facility where with the treatment and disease prevention aim, different natural factors are used, such as the climate, mineral waters, different physiotherapies, diets, combined with massages and other different methods of treatment. Health resorts can be with a single focus or a multi-focus that specialize on two or more different classes of diseases. Besides treatment, the health resorts deal with accommodation, entertainment, and meals of their patients. They also provide different other services to the clients, just like regular hotels. Ukraine has a suitable geographic location in the center of Europe. It has rich natural resources and historic and cultural potential, as well as experience in the wellness industry. Ukrainians can boast the strong treatment potential, amongst which there are mineral and thermal springs, ozokeraite, radon, as well as a specialized microclimate, because Ukraine can boast mountains, fields, rivers, and seas. Ukraine has 21 balneological resorts, which comprises 40% of resorts of entire Ukraine. In the Western Carpathians, there are 73%, in Central Eastern region 15%, and in the Podillia region 11%. I am representing the health resort Krystal, located in the west of Ukraine, in the Truskavets resort area. We are grateful for the fact that there is no active combat in Truskavets right now, and so people can come here to relax and to get better. The main treasure of Truskavets is low mineralized bicarbonate, calcium, magnesium water, Naftusa. Overall, Truskavets can boast over 25 springs. Currently, 14 of those springs are used. There are different types of waters coming from those springs, both for ingestion and for external use, that can be used in different types of bath. Also, we have ozokeraite treatment, which is a type of thermal treatment where medicinal mud is used. We also have machine physiotherapies that I will mention later on in more detail. We can see the indicators of people who visited our resorts in 2018 and 2019, so before COVID and before the full-scale invasion. So in 2018, we have had 231,000 people at our resort. Out of them, 52,000 were foreigners, and in 2019, we had the pre-COVID-19 period, so approximately 219,000 people have visited our resort, and with 45,000 foreigners. You can see that foreigners are eager to visit Ukraine and visit our resorts, and they're happy to get healthier here. We have certain investment benefits, and what do we see those as? This is a secure area where people can remain securely. This is a well-developed transport infrastructure. This is the fact that we're relatively close to the EU and to the EU borders. This is a well-organized territory, a strong treatment potential that we're constantly developing. This is a reliability and effectiveness under the conditions of war. This is a pre-existing treatment facilities, tour facilities, a growing international interest, as well as a strong potential for capitalization. I would like to represent the health resort that I'm working for. This is the health resort Krystal. It has been established 50 years ago. We have not been shut down for a single day. It has been working nonstop for 50 years. We have employed a significant number of doctors, medical staff, technical staff. We would like to present it for investments and see why we are attractive and what we can do. We have approximately 3 hectares. We have an electricity power plant, approximately 150 kilowatt. We have alternative heating sources. We have constant water sources, and we have approximately 30,000 real estate on the area. The fields in which we can grow is we plan to construct an apart hotel with 100 rooms, 150 rooms, and also the construction of the rehabilitation and treatment system. And all of that has to be filled with different facilities. And so, of course, we do have physiotherapy and machine physiotherapy. But as of today, our health resort requires the updating of these machines for physiotherapy, the modernization of this equipment. We have some of them, but knowing that the technology keeps growing, and we know that Japan boasts new technologies in this field. And so if you were ever willing to provide some of those technologies for us, we would be absolutely grateful, because machine physiotherapy is an integral component of medical rehabilitation. And of course, it plays a significant role in health improvement and disease prevention. So this is something that we need. We are hopeful that we can share with the world the opportunities and the investment potential of Ukraine, specifically in the field of health resort industry. Investors will definitely this process will definitely start, and it will keep growing at a point when Ukraine will be joining the EU. And that will definitely be the impetus for rebuilding Ukrainian economy. Ukraine is a country of great opportunities. And of course, the investors that will join us first, they will get the most benefit. And Ukraine requires new technological, highly technological medical equipment. We have to do everything possible to make sure that Ukraine wins in this war that Russian Federation has started. And to experience the treatment in our Truskovets Health Resort, we invite all of the speakers and the representatives of different businesses to come and see what our treatment is about. We believe in the armed forces of Ukraine. Glory to our heroes. Everything will work out for us. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's move on, dear friends. And our next speaker is the Executive Director of the European Business Organization, the co-founder of Global Business for Ukraine, Hanna Derevyanko. Ma'am. We're waiting for Miss Hanna. Miss Anna is connecting.
Доброго дня.
Вітаємо, вітаємо. Вас не бачимо, екран
Good
бачимо.
day. Yes, yes, we can see the screen. We don't see you. Yes, I just connected my video. Okay, good, good. We can see you now. Amazing. So, dear friends, hello. Thank you that you are interested in the story. We're very appreciate this as Japan is interested in this field and wants to invest in Ukraine, and it's very exciting for us. Today, during my presentation, I want to talk about how the business feels and what can be done to facilitate our path to Ukrainian markets. So for the next slides, you will see some data about how does business feel at this point in Ukraine. Almost every month we do different researches. We collect the opinions from our businesses about how they feel on the market of Ukraine. So we can say that the business holds up. It shows resilience, it stands, and this year and the last year demonstrates very good results. So we've seen that this year the business shows that it understands certain balance that it needs to take into consideration. All the companies that are the members of the European Business Association, almost 900 companies, they pay their taxes, they pay salaries at the full size, at full volume. They are holding to the market of Ukraine. They're not going to leave. They only want to expand on the market of Ukraine. Everyone waits for the victory. Everyone expects the moment when the war is done, but not a lot of choice in some situations. But people keep working, they keep looking for some ways how to adapt, how to work in this reality that we have now. So I'm not going to comment a lot here. I think that we will send more information and presentation to you. You can check the analytics and the statistics we have, but I want to emphasize that our companies, they work on the market of Ukraine, and we are always thinking, what can we do for them and for others on the market of Ukraine, for investing capacity. And in this context, together with Ukraine Invest, this is, I think everyone knows them. This is a state institution that is occupied in promoting investment and helping with investment in Ukraine. And we started common project, Investment Map, and we started a few months ago. And today we are ready to present 130 projects, investment projects in this. And most of it came from municipalities, so local authorities, but nevertheless, 43% comes from business, from private business, and the overall value of this project is about $2.5 billion. If you take a look at the sectors and different cities that generate those projects, that I can say that you can see on the screen that the leaders here of different regions, right, in terms of the projects is Kirovograd, Dnipro, Odessa, and Sumy. But the industries that we have opportunities in, we see 14 industries on the screen, and they are quite diverse. It's construction, it's energy, it's light industry, so on and so on. So it's quite diverse. Moving forward, here we can see that different directions, project directions that we have to choose from to invest. It's industrial parks, constructions of plants, even some startups, because we've been seeing certain activity and certain progress in our field of startups, and of course the energy and so on and so on. On the next slide, you can see the proposal. If you have an investment project and you would like to get into this investment map that we showed you, please send it to us and share information. If you just want to discover and you want to learn more, explore these projects, then we would be happy to share the information about what we can suggest at this point. Why do we say that Ukraine is an interesting place and prospect for business? Certain criteria we have, but I'm going to stop at just two. And I must say that Ukraine has a huge potential for reconstruction, and all the stakeholders, they confirmed that the volume of budgeting that will be needed, it's more than $450 billion, and this number is going to be increasing, $415 billion. And we don't know how much money is going to go into Ukraine, but we know that there's a need, and I think that it is certainly going to be met. And accordingly, with some time during the active phase of reconstruction, I think we will get into this very lively process for business. This is the first reason. You cannot miss this. You need to prepare for it, and you need to start identifying the stakeholders on this market, partners, for us to have certain business relationship and to develop, to improve together in this active phase again. And in this case, I must say that you need to explore. You need to explore all of the requirements, all of the circumstances of this business relationship. And if you are not here yet, we invite you. We will help you build those bridges, so to say. We will help you get into this if you feel like you need it. If you're not in Ukraine, we can suggest global business for Ukraine, because global business for Ukraine, it is truly the organization that can provide information about Ukraine and can provide information who can be your partners, and they will make sure you will get contacts and get in contact with those. And so let's go back to the previous slide, please. So that's for reconstruction. Why I think that Ukraine is interesting at this point, this is integration of Ukraine within the EU. And this path has already begun. Then, of course, the political situation hasn't changed officially yet, but this is not so far away for us. And that means that Ukraine will be moving towards EU and getting closer to EU and starting building those links, and that would be more approachable for Japanese companies how to build business with Ukraine, because this is going to be based on international standards. And I'm sure that Japanese companies, they are already acquainted with European market. So these two reasons, they cannot, because of them, the Ukraine cannot be left aside, as you can see. And next slide, it shows that the companies continues to invest. And we can see, according to our research, that more than 60 million, more than a lot of companies, they want to invest into Ukraine, like Kingspan, and they already announced their plans to invest. For example, the buyer, they also announced that they've already started their projects and they're going to invest 60 million euros. Then another company, Lamtrans, they invested more than 300 million hryvnias. Then Unilever and other companies. So we can see quite active movement within the international community. And it's not thousands, not hundreds of those that want to join, but even this dynamic that we are observing during the war now, this is a very positive sign. That means that those big companies are planning to stay and they are looking at Ukraine as a promising market. So the last slide, we are very open to any cooperation, and our community is very alive, and we have a lot of processes, we generate a lot of proposals, a lot of solutions for businesses, for the state of Ukraine, in order to improve the business community and opportunities. And it's, as we say, that doing it together is easier and better. I'm not going to continue the saying that is quite popular in Ukraine, but I think the Ukrainians that we have on this meeting, they know what I'm talking about. They know this saying. So let's do it together. That's what I'm saying. Let's prepare together, and thankful to the armed forces of Ukraine, we can continue our operations in Ukraine quite actively, so to say. And I am inviting everyone to work together. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Miss Anna. Let's go to the next one. I want to present you the next speaker. She is the candidate of economics, and our next speaker is Miss Tetiana Izovit. We can hear you. Yes. Hello, everyone. I wanted to say thank you from the on behalf of the name of the Association of Industrial Development, and we wanted to emphasize the big and important role of Japanese side and Japanese partners in business in Ukraine, because we know that Japan is top 2, talking about the volume of aid that is being provided to Ukraine, and we thank you for this forum and for your support. Do you see the demonstration on my screen? Yes, we can see it now. Thank you. Okay, good. So I'm gonna try to be brief. All the speakers, they went full scale in their presentations, and they covered a lot of things about the needs of Ukraine, about the business, and we agree that our business, Ukrainian business, is today pretty much stands as reliable, rare, and in this circumstances of war, and keep working and keep manufacturing different products, taxidermy and so on and so on, some military products, and as we all know, okay, good. So in Ukraine, we have more than 2,500 enterprises in this industry that had been operating before the full-scale invasion, and more than 60% are the ones that are making clothes. And for the time of the war from 2022, we could see the decrease in the personnel that is working in this industry at 20%. But today, we can see the potential of increasing and doubling those numbers. And the main positions, the main articles that are being manufactured, it's textile and footwear and other finished textiles, it's leather products and carpets. And I wanted to say that Ukraine is in European part of the continent. It is geographically part of Europe, and for more than 30 years of being an independent country, it has proved its quality in this industry, in export, and working with European international brands. And approximately 85% of export are directed to Europe. And we have very successful cases in Ukraine of cooperation with European investment is Germany, Netherlands, Italy, Austria, Great Britain, Denmark, Slovakia. And that's why I think the quality and the capabilities of Ukrainian business and providing services and direct exports and developing their own brands in this industry, we've proven. For 2022, for example, top 10 countries for exports of textile apparel, it would be Germany, again, European countries, and we can see here Germany, Poland, Romania, France, Latvia, Slovakia, Czech Republic, Belgium, Italy, Austria, and others. So the community in Ukraine, we can see that we have institutions, educational institutions that are preparing the experts in this industry and cooperating with different representatives of local authorities on different levels, regional or national, that are promoting the opportunities for the experts in this industry, and they're working in this direction. And the most important part, so to say, the key part, if we talk about the further cooperation with Japan, it's important to emphasize that it is in our field, in our industry, in textile industry, we're not making the equipment for the industry, and that's what I wanted to emphasize. And here you can see the equipment that we are buying from European countries, from Japan included, and other countries, and the biggest ones are the machinery for washing, ironing, pressing, for sewing machines, for non-vowels, and it is very important to emphasize that Japanese machines for our industry, it is highly efficient, and undoubtedly it's one of the best, one of the world leaders if we talk about the equipment. So you can see on this slide that most of those, it's knitting machines that Ukraine had been buying and still buys from Japanese. It's weaving machines for making knitted clothing that we've been actively buying and using, and textile, of course. And I wanted to mention that as Japan is the world leader for membranes and making fabric with membranes, we have a suggestion for our further cooperation. We propose to our Japanese side plan production or putting together the sewing machines on the territory of Ukraine, and that would be a big push for developing and restoration of this side of the industry. And another one is about education of the technologies, about building, setting up the production on putting the membranes on the fabric and using this technology. I thank you for your attention, for your support. We are ready to cooperate. We are ready to provide all the detailed information, all the data about the project and our proposals. Thank you all. Thank you, Ms. Tatiana. Thank you for your time. Thank you. So we're moving next. We have the last speaker for today. It's entrepreneur and business trainer, Devtan Vachi-Hamadovich. Hello, dear friends. So I'm gonna start my presentation. I want to talk about the differences between Japanese business and Ukrainian business. Why I decided to talk about this, because a few years ago we moved from Armenia to Ukraine, and I've created quite a few businesses and I've built it, and I know how business works in Ukraine. And it's also, I got interested, how does business work in Japan? And you know, one of my key books that I've always had around, it was about Toyota and how it was built, and I was really inspired by those stories, and that brought me to the point in my life where I could visit Japan and see how that actually works. So as a owner and the manager of a company in Ukraine, I'm also a business trainer. I have this saying that I believe that Ukraine is a successful country of happy people, and this is very important. How Ukraine is becoming or is going to become successful people. We're not going to talk about happiness. In 2008, we came to Japan and we went to visit Toyota, Mitsubishi, and other companies. And you know what? We found ourselves on a completely different planet. It was a completely different culture, and it became clear why Japan is so successful, because the culture, the upbringing, the mentality from the very beginning, from your childhood, when your kids are getting to understand what's right, what's wrong, and the process of looking for those answers. How does Ukraine become such a successful country? We figure that it's about values. Because values, it's something that is the basis, that's the fundamental part of any process. And if you don't hold it together, everything else falls. And so values. And we have some information from World Values Survey, and we can see that they did a research for 100 countries, 10 criteria, and 400,000 interviews. They learned that there are traditional values, and there's some traditional, so to say, right? And it's, when the man is the head of the family, and the woman has to be taking care of children and providing, making sure that they have food to eat. And there are some personal values. It's values of survival and versus self-expression. So it's something that has been transferred from one generation to another generation. And when you are into this survival mode, how do you behave? That's something that I was brought up with. My grandma, she was without her man for a long time. Her husband, he died during the World War II, and she did it alone. She brought up 3 kids, and she always said, you need to be sly. If there's any possibility where you can maybe trick someone a little bit, be sly, and no one's going to catch you, you have to do that. And you need to be friends with right people, she used to tell me. And those are some values of survival. And that's something that I had to be cutting out of myself, curving out myself for a long time after, because this is not something that is going to help me to build a successful country. Because if we're all going to be sly, going to be trying to lie or to be tricky, break the law, or have some corruption, we will end up in a poor country. And when we have a country where we have some senses, we have some mission about the country, about the environment, about other people, and then people think about something bigger than they are, more than survival. And this research about values shows that the most successful countries are the countries where they have this secular, rational values. And the most successful countries are those that traditional values are combined with survival values. And the value of Japan is self-expression. In Ukraine, we have more this secular, rational, and survival. But what does it bring us to? Let's talk about the strength of Japan. This is trust towards each other. And when people, they trust strangers, they trust their legislation, they comply with laws, people are honest. This is not something that we can say about Ukraine, not the strength of Ukraine, because people, when they're in survival mode, they act differently. But our strength are the extensions of our weaknesses. If you want to survive, you need to be flexible, you need to be creative, you need to be fast, you need to provide quality service, and you need to have customer orientation. And that's something that helps. Those are the strengths of Ukraine. And also, I would like to emphasize the quality service and the customer orientation. If we, a lot of people from the America, from other countries, they say that we have quite a high level of service, but not higher than in Japan. I must say this is for sure, as someone who's been to the country. But what does it bring us to, and what does it give us? Those, the flip side of survival values. It brings this emotionality, this high emotions and incapability of manage your emotions, brings to conflicts and destructive conflicts. So speed brings to poor quality and negligence. Violation of rules brings low level of discipline and deception. And as one of the heads of international agricultural company said that, we like a lot of things in Ukraine, but some things that we need to deal with, we spent a lot of resources on preserving what we have, on this equipment and making sure that it works. And that's something that doesn't happen in other countries because they spend money on improving, not preserving. And talking about local, talking about leaders and managers with Western values, this is about generations, because my generation is more oriented towards survival and new generation is more about self-expression and thoughts about how to make Ukraine a successful country. So we need to give the opportunities for those supervisors to put their team together and to teach others about those values and to communicate those values as much as it's possible, of course. And in that region where that company operates. And it is very important to develop emotional leadership in a company. It's about teaching people how to manage their emotions. It's about coaching style of management, helping people finding their own answers. And another thing that is very important, meditation for people that are highly emotional, that have problems with managing their emotions, like myself. I spent 30-40 minutes a day for meditation, and this is a recommendation from different gurus that give advices for supervisors to learn how to control your emotions, and they build a powerful system of control, then trust trust really a lot your people, not to end up in this irritation, not to find yourself broken and disappointed when something didn't work the way you wanted. So that's what I wanted to say about the differences. And in the end, I want to say thank you to the organizers and our Japanese friends. And I was very happy to meet you. Thank you, Mr. Vachia. We are very thankful. So, dear friends, we are going to be ending our forum. I just want to remind everyone it was Prosperity 2023 Japan and Ukraine Forum, and the goal of this forum was to invite more investments in Ukraine and improving the level of quality and level of life for Ukrainian people by ensuring ensuring vacancies on the market. And I'm very thankful to all the speakers that joined us today and to our Japanese partners. Invest into Ukraine, believe in Ukraine, and the victory is going to come soon, without any doubt. Slava Ukraini! Until next meetings.
Мало.